Boom. We're up on YouTube. Twitch, we should be up soon. I will hit that button over there. Bump, bump, ba-dum, bump, ba-dum, ba-dum, bump. But one of the things I kickstarted recently was the Legends of Avalon source book. They have like a Celtic-inspired everything. And one of the YouTubers that they gave copies of the book to is this YouTuber that goes by like, she's like Fairy Fire or something. I don't know. All of her content is Fae related.
Okay.
And she couldn't pronounce anything in the whole, like, any name. And then she's like, oh, at the end of the book, there's also a pronunciation guide. And I was like, but, hey, why did you just tell us that you didn't try?
Listen, sometimes we Shoryuken, sometimes we Shin show. Sometimes we Koryuken. All right, you gotta hit that Dan special.
Oh, I didn't make the.
What didn't you make?
All right, give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna. I'll do. Yeah. That's easy peasy. At least the YouTube one is super easy when I make the post. I did the posts on Twitter and Facebook. I didn't make a post on YouTube, so I'm gonna do that now, real quick, before we're technically supposed to start. But we're already here, so come join us.
I mean, I think
have
it's
fun.
just me right now. I'm chilling in the chat, secretly lurking. You know.
Come join us as we talk about magic.
In D&D, not mad, not the other WotC.
Ooh, true.
Gotta make differentiation for the peeps. Someone will be like, "Oh, is this the Magic stream?" He'll be like, "No."
I feel so bad that the dude, the guy who was in the streams that was helping me like while I was cataloging cards. Aussie streams. Like he was there for like the first 12 streams, and then I finally started playing games of Magic, and he hasn't shown up, and I feel bad. I know he's in a different time zone, but like he could still watch them.
What time zone is he in?
He's in France, so he's plus 6 hours, I think. There's a thing I should know, but I don't.
You should have known at one point, but not anymore.
It's true.
You don't know these things. So don't mind me as I pour myself water.
No worries. Since it's
Stay
8
hydrated,
on the dot, I'm going to hit the insert ad button so that it stops bothering me while we stream. I don't want to look at
that. What, you don't want to be reminded that you too can insert ads?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what I have to do once we get a little further in. I've been tasked the divine duty, so I cannot let.
It's very true.
Cannot let DM Lakara down.
I do want to say before we get, okay. So obviously, me and DM Shin are here. We will do our proper introductions later. DM N/Dungeon Mommy will join us later, but we're out Bacon and Lakara for this particular stream, which is a bummer, but that's the way it be sometimes. Life gets in the way.
Life happens.
Yep. RNGesus comes for us all. That's just the way it is. Unfortunately.
Truly, none of us can escape the wrath of RNGesus.
I accidentally sent a message to someone today referencing RNGesus, and I don't think they play video games. And I'm sure they're not a coder, and they're going to be like, what did you just say to me?
Oh, 1000%. They're going to be super confused, and then you're going to have to do a lot of explanation.
Yep. I was like, oh, well, shouldn't have done that, but okay.
They're like, what do you mean, RN Jesus? You mean like the Jesus of nurses? Like, no. No, not registered nurse Jesus.
But I won't be able to do many of them this week because I will probably not be home until Thursday. But there might be another stream Thursday. It won't be D&D, but there might be another stream Thursday depending on how things go. At least if it's not a full stream, there will be an attempt at a stream on Thursday night. We're gonna try and do an Uncommon Curry Plays. But what I was gonna say is that I have started doing the D&D music overhaul editing streams on Twitch during the day. So on normal days when I'm home and there's no videos or streams coming out otherwise, I get on and I do like a what I consider a clerical stream on Twitch. So you can hang out with me while I add more music to the D&D music overhaul sheet, which you can get if you become a member of the pack on either Patreon or YouTube.
Oh my goodness.
Gotta.
Did you do it yourself?
I gotta do it. I gotta do it.
DM Lakara, if you're watching this VOD later, he did it. He did it himself. I didn't even have to do it. He did it himself.
Someday I will fix the Twitch things. I'm waiting for them to change over. For those of you that don't know, Twitch is apparently changing the amount that you pay for each membership tier, which is weird because it's kind of like a donation. So it's weird that they're being like, you have to give this person more donation now. I don't know why they're doing that, but I'm waiting to see what happens with that before I mess with the tiers, because I would like to keep all the tiers across everything the same. That way it's just easier for me to hand stuff out to people. It's just so weird to me that they're changing donation amounts. Well, whatever. It's so weird.
It's another ploy from the Twitch gods to make more money. Sorry, Twitch gods.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Listen, a lot of big streamers got taken out this week, so they need that money.
I guess technically it's not speculation. It is what Twitch actually said to people, where people were asking them like, "Oh, are you worried that you're losing so many streamers to the other services, especially Kick? Like Kick's giving people huge contracts to join," and Twitch's actual response was, "No, they'll be back." I'm like, "Oh my God, the balls!"
Wait, Kick is giving people incentive?
Yep.
Isn't Kick meant for like? Isn't Kick just like text-based chat roulette?
I guess not anymore.
Today I learned. Today I learned.
All right. Since you guys in the Twitch chat, actually, I'm going to write down times first. I'm making sure I'm getting all my notes correct.
I think I got them notes.
I also realized I was taking timestamp notes that I took in the last video were actually the actual time and not the timestamp of the stream. So that messed me up a little bit. But the first thing we're going to take a look at today is Ranger Spells That Don't Suck by KibblesTasty. So for those of you that are following along on YouTube, you can check the video description to get the link. For those of you that are on Twitch, I just posted it in the chat. That should stay up there with the VOD. Remember, Twitch VODs only stay up for 2 weeks, but the YouTube stream will always be here. So if you're farther behind than 2 weeks on catching up with the VODs, just come on over to YouTube. They'll be up there forever.
And ever.
There's no homebrewery PDF link for these particular spells. I was telling DM Shin earlier that, oh, you know what we forgot to do? Our introductions. Dang. Okay.
We got a little sloppy for a second.
I'm Okami, or Kage, or Scott, whatever you want to call me. I asked some DM friends of mine. I was gonna say not the BDSM kind, but I hope that that is implied here. So yeah, I asked some DM friends of mine if they'd like to look at homebrew with me, and they all said yes. And one of them with me right now is...
Going on, everybody. Everyone's favorite non-existing voice on the internet. It is I, DM Shin. Back again for yet another episode of DM Roundtable. Hopefully, if you guys have been enjoying it so far, you have liked, commented at one point, subscribed to the Patreon, to make sure that, once again, Okami doesn't drink LaCroix. Proud of him for giving himself his own Patreon intro. But so I can reinforce the need for you guys to do this so we can keep making dope content for you guys to witness. Subscribe to Kage Okami at any of his various platforms because it's fun to talk about D&D stuff with my friends.
Hell yeah. You guys can't see it because I didn't change the camera, but I'm doing weird hand things like I'm Doctor Strange and Wanda.
I
'Cause
thought you were
I'm
going to tell me
casting
you're doing
spells.
jutsu.
Oh, I could. I do know almost all the hand seals still
Fair.
for reasons. But yes, what I was going to say is that there's no homebrewery link, there's no PDF link to these specific spells because Kibbles has a huge compendium of all the spells that he's worked on his Patreon. And Kibbles has released full actual books. They're mostly about his homebrew classes, but I'm sure that they also have spells and stuff in them. So we're just going to be looking at these images here. Later on, he does start releasing little bits and pieces of them, what have you. But in this particular post, this was like one of the first ones from back in the day. I'm really far behind on bookmarks, but that's good. That means pretty much infinite content for everybody, huh?
Listen,
Oh,
I'll never say no to infinite content.
I apologize. This is one of them. Wait, no, I can do this instead. Now I can make it bigger. There we go. Cool, 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 cool. So all of these spells are essentially for rangers specifically, but something I tell my players all the time when they're looking at all the stuff that's here in my link list or that's here in my spell list in my homebrew repository, like these are all the spells that I would let a player use. I always say like, hey, I'll put in what classes they are. So if you're viewing this, if you're a member of the pack, either on Patreon or YouTube, and you're viewing my repository, the way the spells are arranged are spell levels on the left, and then it's alphabetical order for spells. And then I put in the caret brackets what classes they're for. But a lot of homebrew spells either don't specify classes or they're only supposed to be used for something very specific. And what I always tell my players is like, if you don't see your class list in there, but you think this is a spell that would work for your particular character, we'll talk about it. And I think that should be said. Kibbles specifically about his ranger spells here. Apparently everyone was like, I'm just going to give these all to bards because bards should just have everything. And I'm not necessarily there, but definitely for sure, even if you're looking at my repository and you're looking at these spells and you don't see your class listed there, remember, as the DM, or if you're not the DM, if you're a player in a campaign and you're like, that spell makes sense for me, can I have it? Talk to your DM about it. You might be able to have it.
Yeah, I was going to tell you. Yesterday, I started a session 0 with some people that I've gotten to
Ooh.
know over the course of the past year. Going to be running I'm going to be running Waterdeep for the second time in my existence. I think the last time I ran it I played in it actually was almost 5 years ago. So definitely going to be interesting to revisit the city while simultaneously forgetting everything I know after years of playing D&D. But I am excited as the elder adventurer at the table to play a forge cleric. But I do happen to have a ranger in my party, so maybe down the line he might be intrigued by some of this stuff. So it's gonna be cool to see. Give him a breakdown on some of the other things in the outside realm.
I just came down to the bottom. Usually what I do is if there's a group of spells that are up, like these huge links are just one link that takes you to a huge repository of spells. They're all arranged basically the same as the spells up high, where it tells you what level they are, and then they're arranged alphabetically. If they're in big groups, I try to arrange them by level, not necessarily the order that they appear in whatever sheet that is. So you'll be able to control F your way through, but it makes sense logically, to me at least, if they're arranged in spell order.
Fair. That's very fair.
But we're
But
gonna,
speaking of,
yeah, the very first one we're gonna look at is multi-shot. You need a piece of ammunition or a weapon with the thrown property worth at least 1 copper as your
okay.
component. 1 round.
So sorry, but just what I was gonna say. So instantly off the bat, that means the only thing I think in the game you can't use it with are probably sling stones.
Hmm.
Because technically, the sling is considered any rock you pick up off the ground, and I
Yep.
don't think there's any. I don't think there's any merchant that'll buy a rock for a copper piece.
So it's funny that you say that because this wording is different than the wording on something like what is it? Grasping Vines, which is literally just a piece of ammunition.
Yeah.
So they're basically this particular spell is saying it has to be like a made piece of ammunition. Not you can't just pick it up and flick it.
It's definitely pushing for the crafted style of ammunition. So your darts, bolas, javelins, and things of that nature. Versus, like we said, the good old sling stone, which is every simple weapon class band's chosen weapon next to the hand crossbow or the short bow, I guess. I think I see most of the times a lot of caster classes will take a sling just to have something to flick across the room so they don't have to stab something with a dagger. No, I've never seen someone take the boomerang. Actually, this would work on a boomerang.
This would work on a boomerang.
So let's keep going. Hold on. Before I get excited, let's keep going with what happens here. I just got super excited.
I was originally thinking that this was specifically basically the same flavor as like the Fuma Shuriken from Naruto, where you throw one and then there's another one hidden in its shadow. But this basically just duplicates your ammunition. So you can shoot 2 targets instead of one guy twice. You could still shoot the same guy twice, but this is cool because you could shoot another person. So if there's someone who in that field maybe is immune to non-magical damage, maybe you shoot that guy with the force arrow and then you shoot one of his regular friends with the actual arrow. This is kind of neat. And it does 2d8, which is more than most of your shots, and it's all force, so almost no one is going to block that.
Yeah. Force is one of the few damage types that honestly does not have much resistance in existence. Very few things I think actually include force in their resistance types.
You basically need the brooch of shielding. That's like one of the only regular items that you could snag that'll give you resistance to force damage. And it also makes you immune to magic missile, which is crazy. When a caster casts I make a point of this every time we run into a caster in my campaign. Our barbarian has a brooch of shielding on. Every time we meet a caster, they're like, I'm gonna take out that barbarian. He's not gonna block my magic missile, and magic missile just doesn't work on him, and it always throws them off. And they're like, what? Hey, what? Huh?
I mean, listen, I just looking from this spell at the first point, right? Seeing that you're doubling attacks, giving force damage, and it's I mean, granted, the cost of a spell slot. Do you think it's worth a spell slot?
I would say if you're playing 5e the way the developers intended, where no one is supposed to have magic items, this could be incredibly helpful. If you if you grab this as a level 1 spell and you were like, "Oh, I need this. Like I need some way to deal magical damage before you have anything magical." I think this is great. And especially that if you were playing it that way and like you still don't have magic items, whenever you upcast this spell, you add another shot to it. So you
Yeah.
could be like, we have no way to hurt this guy, but I could take 5 shots at him right now.
That is true. Well, you can't actually, I think. I'm noting that it says that it's additional targets. But I'm not sure if rules as written allows the same target to be chosen on an additional target option. I'm guessing it's treating it similar to Eldritch Blast, where even though you have multiple blasts coming out, or Magic Missile, you can channel them all at the same target. I think for me, I would allow it, just because it seems a little ambiguous. Me as a DM, I would definitely allow it to be a option that can send multiple arrows or multiple of the multi shots at one target, or multiple targets. Like if you wanted to have like a pseudo, hail of a rain of arrows, kind of,
I was
I would allow
thinking,
it.
like, the 2 different flavors for this are either essentially Glintblade Phalanx from Elden Ring, where like a whole bunch of arrows materialize around you or whatever else your shot is in like an arc above you, and then they all when your
Yeah.
when your main shot shoots out, they all shoot out at different targets. Or it's like the ultimate Fuma Shuriken, where you shoot your projectile. There's a projectile hidden in its shadow. There's a projectile hidden in that one's shadow. There's a projectile hidden in that one's shadow, which flavor-wise could be incredibly cool. Like if that happened to an enemy and another enemy saw it happen, they'd be like, "Oh no, we're fucked."
Yeah, I can't imagine an enemy seeing one shuriken break and just feeling like, no, this is fine. Fine, we'll be okay. I imagine it very quickly going into, oh, we need to, maybe this isn't our fight, guys. Maybe we should give up here.
I would for sure put this in. This one is 100% fine by me. Why are you in
Yeah.
bold? There you go.
Yeah, so far from the range options, granted we haven't gotten deep in. So far from Kibble's first range option, I like this idea. I do agree with you that I think I can agree with you that I do think it's a nice option as well for giving magical damage to a mixed martial class.
Mm.
I know that rangers are kind of the jack of all weird trades class, in that they're a pet class, a martial class, and a semi-caster class all wrapped up in one.
Mm.
But this giving them a little bit more push behind the magical aspects of them, and kind of giving you a cheap option that almost kind of turns your arrows into a range cantrip.
Mm.
I like it.
I like this one. All right. Next up, we have a 3rd level, Lightning Shot. Another bonus action, kind of the same idea. You touch whatever your ammunition is, and again, this one doesn't work on rocks. It'll only work on stuff that's been crafted or made. I would. So, caveat to this is if your DM is one of the people like me, where if there's downtime, I let my ranger craft arrows. Technically, those are free. They come from the land. A dick DM would be like, no, you just made those for free, so you can't use these spells with that. Don't do that. Don't be that guy or girl. Don't do that.
I think in the case of self-crafting, because the materials have a cost, I wouldn't do that to someone. As occasionally a mean of a DM as some people think I can be, even though I'm not. It's more along the lines of I'm very much a semi-rule enforcing in that sense. So, but for Lightning Shot and for all of these, noticing that they all seem to have a similar little caveat here, and I'm guessing that's going to be the continued idea behind these spells. Let it be, because wood, even if they chop down the wood, the axe costs money.
Mm.
There's a cost involved in crafting arrows versus just picking up a rock. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't even in my meanest days, I think, be like, oh, you crafted those arrows? Nah. Nah, you gotta spend at least a copper. But then again, if I said that to one of my players, they tie a copper to the arrow and be like, it's worth a copper now.
Oh, I like that. It's one way to get around it.
Oh yeah. But this says, oh, go ahead.
No. This one says you basically transform your ammo into a weaker lightning bolt.
Okay. That is scary. That is scary, but also that is deadly for your party.
Yeah. A lot of people are like, oh, I will also note that he does not, rules as written, when you use lightning bolt as a spell, every target behind the first is supposed to be in cover. And nobody uses lightning bolt like that. Like no, I've never sat at a table or played a game with anyone who has rolled it that way. So I'm glad he didn't mention it.
Yeah, no, I've never. As a DM and a player, I have never, ever in my life said, "Oh, well, they're behind cover." Mm-mm. You're not behind cover. You got zoop zap zapdos blast by this lightning bolt. You and every individual in the line. But because of that, you also have to note that, similar to lightning bolt, that means that you can actually mow down your own teammates with this spell. Because you cannot arc this shot. If it's a true lightning bolt spell, you're not going to be able to arc this shot. I know that every once in a while I've heard players in my campaigns be like, oh, well, I'll aim the shot upwards and have it arc down. I'll be like, interesting. I'll let you attempt it.
Yeah. Curve usually the magic.
Yeah. But in this case, no. There's no way. There's no way you're giving me an arcing line. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's going to be a straightforward line, just like the lightning bolt spell, and we're zapping through people as if it was a blast of any other line spell magic.
Okay. Here. This is. I know people are going to be like, meh. People were assuming they were going to use this for bards, but in my campaign we have a rogue/sorcerer, and they're a water genasi, and the other ability of this is that you can turn a weapon with the thrown property into it. And I'm just thinking, if Valley of Egeria wanted this for her character Nareda, it would make so much sense for her to burn a spell slot throwing one of like her 50 daggers and having it turn into a lightning bolt. This would be good on a storm or water sorcerer for sure.
I could see that. I could definitely see that being useful. I think my concern in giving it to a sorcerer class would be kind of taking away from the fact that rangers need something like this, whereas sorcerers have access to other things.
I mean, they could use a real lightning bolt.
Yeah, and they have the cantrips and options. So I guess to me, I think I personally, I know you mentioned that people have mentioned giving it to bards. I think I would lock this to rangers only for a campaign of mine so far. Because it's really giving rangers, having played a ranger as well, it's really giving rangers somewhat necessary buffs. I think, in allowing it to do more than just fire an arrow at one person or fire a really strong arrow at one person. with a -5 that can be overwritten by a good magic weapon, you know, and just actual natural proficiency.
Either way, I'm throwing it in the repository.
Oh yeah.
That is fine by me. No, I don't want you to write level very small. Stop that. That is like the only weird, like, OneNote hates when you change stuff. Like if I change any of these links, it basically breaks them. If I like remove a single line from them, which is not my favorite thing, but that's just the way it is. What's up, Tess? Long time no see!
Oh.
Do you want to learn about spells?
Oh,
Tess was my first DM. Though, okay, I need you to tell me. We played a mix of Scion and Pathfinder, right? I said this in a video that's going to come out later. I feel like I'm pretty sure that's what we played. It wasn't actually 5e. And I gave you links, so you could come back and love us. Yeah. Next up, we've got Gale Shot. So this one is... We were just playing Scion? Oh. It's even cooler.
oh.
You know who would really love Scion? Clubs.
Yeah?
Well,
You think so?
he would like it for the background things based on like what he likes to run. I don't know if he'd actually like the gameplay loop-ish systems.
The superior game to D&D. Oh, that's that's a bold statement. Granted, I myself am a pretty big Pathfinder fan nowadays, and I've fallen more in love with ICRPG as I get older.
I didn't get too far into ICRPG, but Bacon got really far into ICRPG, and I realized that while I'm not adopting a lot of the stuff from ICRPG, I do a lot of, like, I take the tenets from it and then use them. It does make everything easier just to put everything on index cards, man. If it fits on the index card, that's great.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm a fan of it. But continuing on a lightning shot really quick, I'm noticing that, as usual, it's igniting flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever thought about that in terms of when I use lightning bolt.
I haven't seen people do it, but I've always had someone in every campaign be like, "Can I spark something? Can I make fire?" And every single time the response from the DM has been, "They're wearing it." I'm like, "Oh, it's kind of lame." Yeah, 5 feet wide, basically the same as lightning bolt.
Yeah,
just weaker. Or is it weaker?
Lightning bolt, I think, is 8d8.
I think it is. Let's find out. I think it's like half as much damage, but you're using one of your... I was going to say, I think it's D6, because it's in the same veinish as Fireball.
Okay, so this is... It's kind of... Let's see. So you're getting a lower base. Your max... Your min-max damage is down a bit. Obviously, because you're only getting half the... Evening out in a weird way, actually. No. You're still getting more with 8d6. I just did the math in my head real quick. You're doing a max. It's a potential difference of a max of 48 to a max of 32.
It's kind of like they're not fully using the weave. Like they're they're almost channeling the energy through what they're using. So I
Mm-hmm.
can understand that.
Yeah.
You would have loved when you said you made the Hulkish character that threw skyscrapers. You would love the empowered. You want to be a Titan who grabs people and then jumps
Yeah.
up and sits on them.
Yeah. No, you definitely want the empowered to just slap things around.
Ah, that was good stuff. One day we're gonna do I almost said a One Piece. No, one shot. There we go.
We'll do a one shot before One Piece ends. How about that?
Ooh, yes, I like that.
That's the best we can. That's a good promise to you. A one shot before One Piece ends.
And there's another one where you can upcast it. It still won't give you the damage that a regular lightning bolt would. So like you said, like a sorcerer would probably just take lightning bolt over this. I just think the flavor of this is pretty cool. Like if you had a if part of your class gave you this ability like for free, that would be kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. And I see that at higher levels we are able to buff it. Though it's interesting to see that it has a max of 68. So you're only really allowed to pump 2 additional levels. 2 additional
Oh, so if you're
spell
multi-class,
slots
you won't go
levels.
past like the half caster
Uh-huh.
levels. Interesting. There are certainly people out. I only learned semi-recently because I've never actually played a Warlock. There were a lot of things that should have gone into D&D repository way back way back when I started working on it. Oh my god, it is!
Mm-hmm.
It's a spell to be Gambit. That's a yes, perfect. Pick a card, mon ami.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool. But way back when, I saw all these like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th level Warlock spells, and I didn't put them in the list because I was like, you can't get that. But as a Warlock, you get one of each of those higher than 5 spells per. I think it's actually long rest, not short rest. That is a thing that happens to Warlocks when they level up. Their patron gives them access to something super powerful, but they can only use it once a day, which I didn't realize was a thing because I'd never played a Warlock. So high level Warlock spells, you probably won't find a lot of in my repository. I
That's
didn't
fair.
know that those existed.
To be fair,
Unlimited
at high level
power!
warlockery, at high level warlocking, as I'll call it this time, I don't think you're really. I'll be fair. If you're a warlock, you don't care about your spell slots. You gain the greatest spell of all time
It's true.
at level 1. You got Eldritch Blight. Okay? You don't really need much more than an Eldritch Blast, personally.
I didn't think of that, but like a lot of Warlock stuff right now in the current 5e rules is like, oh, I'm going to augment my Eldritch Blast.
Uh-huh.
So I'm wondering how new Warlock is going to pay that off, because in 1D&D's strategy of making a character, like you essentially go into character creation knowing what you want to do. And if you break off during character creation from what you originally thought you were going to do, like say something changes in the campaign and now you don't need the kind of attacks that you were building up to, like you're now at a disadvantage because your 1 to 20 journey was supposed to be you building off of everything that you started with, and it's gotten stronger. So if you change course, now you can't make what you started with stronger, which is honestly not the way most people are going to play Dungeons and Dragons, because shit happens in your campaign. Like sure, if you're min-maxing and you have a strategy, this really benefits min-maxers. This benefits someone who went in and was like, I know how to make the perfect character. I don't care what happens in the campaign. But the vast majority of players are like, oh no, this happened. I need to find a way to get around that. Or, oh no, my party, we crapped out on this. One of us has to do something so that we don't crap out on this particular thing again. So old way to build a character, I feel like, is more freeform. I wonder how like leveling up your Eldritch Blast is gonna work with 1D&D's stats.
Hmm. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. It's. I haven't delved too much. I've been piecemealing myself through 1D&D personally because I'm not entirely convinced that I'm going to switch to it
Oh,
anytime
I don't
soon.
know if I said this in the DM Roundtable chat, but I said it in my games chat that at the end of one of the videos they put out the other day, they said you are still 100% allowed to. You can even once 1D&D comes out, you can run both kinds of characters. So characters made with the regular 5e way, and then characters made with 1D&D. But if you're running that kind of game, you basically have to run everyone and you have to play by the rules of 1D&D. But if none of your characters in your campaign are built the new way, pretty much nothing changes for you. You
Mm.
have no reason or rhyme to add any of the new stuff.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more going forward for future campaigns
Mm.
and adventures that I work on for myself that I create. I think I'm going to continue to use 5e for certain bases, but eventually I think it's going to be branching further out, maybe making just more neutral systems if I
Mm.
can. But 1D&D so far, not sure that I like all the options that they're given.
Yeah.
Though I do like the great old one change for the Warlock, giving them some psychic damage finally. I'll give them that.
Oh,
You got me there.
they're really trying to push psychic damage, even though I don't know what they did, but like I feel like what we've had as psychic in the past was so much better than what we're getting. You know what I mean? Like the fact that Phandelver and below, you're making all these psychic goblins and giving them new abilities and what have you, when there's a race of literal psychic goblins. They're just blue goblins. Like they've existed for like 50 years. Why did you change them? Like you didn't need to. They already existed. You could have just literally like changed two things in a stat block and it would have been 5e compatible. It's so weird
Yeah.
to me that that's what they're going for.
Well, when 1D&D comes out, I'm pretty sure we could get a full episode of just
For
discussing.
sure, for sure.
But to continue on with our current topic, just not to let us get off track. Gale Shot looks to be our next spell.
Mm-hmm.
So once again, keeping that property, except adding Hurricane? What?
So this one is I saw people not complaining, but they were arguing over damage numbers and how this is one up, but it does less damage. However, it doesn't actually. This is one of those spells that like kind of like Ice Knife, where you hit someone with it and then it goes behind them. Like you hit one
Mm.
guy, but then it smacks a whole bunch of dudes behind them.
Hmm.
So this is one of those where like if you can lead, like this would absolutely obliterate my party because Grimalkin is constantly standing in doorways and no one can get
Hmm.
past him. So like
Huh.
if you got him on like if you just funneled him in and then hit him, you'd whack the whole rest of the party behind him.
Ah. Ah.
This
This
is a
also sounds like a
very
great
good
thing.
funneling move.
This also sounds like a great way to take out a bridge that everybody's on while simultaneously ensuring no one gets across.
Hmm.
Because any creature the target is knocked into by this movement takes 2d8. But if this guy gets hit and knocked back 30 feet on a bridge, most of my bridges are. I have a horrible tendency to roll the dice when my parties encounter a bridge and not tell them, and unless they ask me whether it's rickety or solid. Um, Not because I'm trying to be mean again, more because I want them to be aware that in real life, if you came across a random bridge in the middle of nowhere, you might want to test its stability.
Hmm.
It's an old rope bridge.
That
So
that
this would be a
sounds
fun thing.
yeah.
This would be a fun ability A scary ability, obviously, to get hit with on a bridge, but definitely a possible option. And like you said, if Grimalkin's always standing in doorways, sounds like maybe just for gigs and shites, maybe you should hit him with that good old hurricane bow. um, but seeing again that it does maintain the half damage, no knockback option, and being a one-time shot, I do like that.
This is also a crazy, like, if your party's about to go down, like the hordes are coming. There's just one like big monster barreling down on you, and like you have one shot literally to make it so that your team has enough time to escape. Like this is the move.
I can see that.
Like
Yeah, no, I can see
your
that.
Rangers at like 2 HP, and you're like, no, we won't go down today. And they cough up blood all over their bow. And then they shoot a Gale Shot and knock that troll back. Ah,
Oh.
ah.
Now, I have an interesting scenario for you using this, and this is going to be my question for you. Would you allow a Gale Shot to damage an enemy ship during naval battle?
Oh. Most of the ships that I have come across have multiple floors, so I guess decks is the right word because it's a ship.
Yeah.
If you shot the hull, how would you work? Okay, it doesn't say specifically you have to hit a humanoid or anything with it. If the ship was already damaged, I think it would be crazy and like such a good moment within combat if you shot the side of the hull and the ship was already damaged. So that piece that you hit, just like a square of the ship's hull, if it's wood, blasts in and you can knock down one of the one of the guys who's loading a cannon or something. That would be crazy cool.
I was even thinking shooting at the mast. Like they're sailing at you, you see them coming down the way. Since this doesn't do anything to augment the range of your bow, and it's a bonus action, sharpshooter, a good old Gale Force arrow at somebody's mast, maybe hit the sail and blast them back 30 feet with a hurricane's blast of wind. I'd allow my players to do it if they could. I'd say if they buff
Actually
the
fill
spell to
the
the right level,
sails?
I'd allow.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. That's cool. I was thinking also when you said shoot the mast, if someone's in the crow's nest, this is the shot you take on them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because you're not only knocking this guy out the crow's nest on a hit, he's dead from the fall damage, and there's potential damage to the mast because this is a large. I'm imagining if you're summoning up a hurricane's worth of Gale Force wind as a fourth level spell, you're gonna do some damage. You're gonna cause some structural damage to this thing, and it's gonna maybe make it take some time to do some repairs.
30 feet, you're probably knocking that guy off the ship completely. Like, they're going to fall extra far to hit the water.
Well, and it notes that at higher levels, you get additional 10 feet knock and 1d8 damage, which means if you manage to 7th level this spell, that is 60 feet knocked backwards at 7d8.
As long as he's not a giant ship, they're going off that boat.
Oh yeah, no, it's a bad day. It's a bad day. Gale Shot, I think of the three, I like the most because I think it's the first one to me that could potentially be flavored outside of combat in interesting ways.
I can get behind that.
What do we got next?
Putting this one in the repository for sure. That's a neat
Oh yeah.
ability.
Oh yeah. No, I would definitely allow my players to utilize something like this. This is a fun one. I think this is a good time, and like I said, having something, being able to use it in more than just a combat scenario, as I can envision it, as I feel like I'm envisioning it right now, could be a lot of fun.
Vorpal Arrow is essentially giving you. Can I get a mage to turn my arm into a cannon? Okay, so if you were an artificer, this is a question from our Goblin Slayer, DT. Uh, if you were an artificer and one of the artificer subclasses basically lets you have a turret, and you can make this turret tiny or small.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's actually between tiny and medium. But if it's the tiny version, a lot of people have it so that like it's shaped like a spider or something, and it kind of like crawls up onto their hand, and then it becomes like their spell launcher. A lot of people you can have a laser come out of it, but a lot of people use the flamethrower because it's basically like burning hands. So like this little
Yeah.
spider crawls down your arm and kind of situates itself on your hand, and now you have like Mega Man's arm, but it's a flamethrower.
Hmm. So that's the artillerist, right? That's
Yeah,
only in
yeah,
the
yeah,
artillerist. Okay. That I could see that being an interesting way of utilizing it.
Oh, I just realized what you meant. Interesting. He means he would like Goblin Slayer to. I mean, I guess you could also multi-class into Artificer. That would make Grimjack so mad. But could a mage give you like a literal hand cross? Oh, what? So
I don't think you can polymorph anything into anything non. Actually, maybe true polymorph.
you could. I'm not saying that this is a thing that you can do right now, but you guys technically have the blueprints for a crosscat, which is uh, almost like a robotic automaton familiar, but it's called a crosscat because its head flips upside down and it turns into a crossbow. You guys have the blueprints for that. That is a very small hidden crossbow. It is possible that you could have someone build one of those that like you pop out kind of like a hidden blade, because that is a thing in real life. These really existed where you have like a tiny hand crossbow hidden like in your sleeve and you can pop it out, kind of like a derringer but before derringers. That is a
Hmm.
thing that exists. I'm sure there are also people in the Zentarum who use those regularly.
Hmm.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I mean, listen, if you guys happen to get a crossbow cat, use it well,
Yeah.
and don't let it touch water.
Put our 5th level spell. Vorpal Arrow. This basically turns one of your pieces of ammunition into a free use arrow or whatever bolt of slaying. Uh, the first time you attack with this item, it gets +3 to attack and damage rolls, pierces all resistances and immunities to that weapons. That is a weird way to word it, but basically it's ignoring resistance and immunity.
Hmm.
Uh,
Hmm.
on a hit, that creature takes 68 extra damage. And if this reduces a target to 0, it's killed instantly via mortal wound.
That I like that additional. I mean, granted, it's going off old school items, from Lewis Carroll, Vorpal swords and
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Jabberwockies and all that fun stuff. Keeping with the Vorpal sword idea, that's also it does exist in D&D as I believe a magical item. I do believe it's a wondrous item. I think the Vorpal blade. I can't recall. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah,
I
I
think the
think it
Vorpal
is.
blade.
I think it is.
The,
Or it's an artifact. I think it's an artifact.
it is in fact a. It is a legendary. Oh, interesting. Sorry, but But Vorpal Sword looks like you have to denote what type of Vorpal Sword you have. A Great Sword, Long Sword, or Scimitar style Vorpal Sword. But additionally, it keeps to the same idea of a +3 on attack and damage rolls and the 68. However, the Vorpal Sword says that if you can cut off one of the creature's heads, you can cut off a creature with multiple heads, and they don't respawn. So it's interesting that, in a weird way, taking something out with this arrow doesn't allow it to be revived. It's kind of that transition of that ideology in
It's kind of like the way that Vorpal works in Dynasty Warriors, where if you have Vorpal element on anybody's weapons, there's a % chance that whenever you strike them, they just die and they don't come back. It's very, very small, but the chance is there. But I just went and looked up an arrow of slaying. So generally, any of the ammunitions can be of slaying, but you have to choose a type. So, like, you can have an arrow of dragon slaying, and that works on all dragons, or you can be more specific, like an arrow of blue dragon slaying. But when this piece of ammunition hits, if that creature falls into the correct type, they have to make a con save, and if they fail, they take an extra 6d10 damage. But this is actually technically better because you're ignoring all, like, this is your ultimate attack. You're ignoring all resistances and immunities, and they take the damage. They don't have to make a save or anything. They just take that extra damage. It's less than the damage you take from an arrow of slaying, sure. But also, this stops them from finding a way to come back as well. They're dead if this drops them to 0.
Oh yeah.
This is your Ranger Ogi.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is definitely kind of like this is your Kenshiro. This is how you take somebody out, and especially with a sharpshooter, because I've noticed that none of these things seem to avoid being used with sharpshooter. And because again, sharpshooter is just a thing you do when you call your shot. Vorpal arrow plus sharpshooter. Yeah, no, that's kind of.
Add a little extra damage with Hunter's Mark.
Well, you'd have to Hunter Mark the turn before.
Oh, true. Because this is a bonus action as well. This also works good on. I think Ranger has some ability like it. Rogue has it. Fighter has it. Where, like, when you hit someone, it's almost like a weaker version of Compelled Duel, where now you have advantage and they have disadvantage against you. That kind of thing. Like, if you use that and then use the Vorpal arrow, ooh.
Additionally, favored foe that Rangers get, since we're already stuck on Rangers.
There we go.
Favored foe options will definitely help a lot. I think, though, you mentioning rogues, the one class I absolutely feel personally I would not let take any of these options.
Oh god, if a rogue got this, that would be awful. You sneak attack damage on this? Oh no.
Yeah, I don't need sneak attack short bow rogues in stealth firing off Vorpal arrows. No thanks. You're not killing my things that easily. I've worked too hard to hurt you. But overall, are there more ranged? Oh no.
There are a couple more.
No, I went to see if there was more ranged. But...
Oh, right. No, these are all the ranged ones. Now there's melee options.
But
I'm putting this in the. Do you see this, DT? You Goblin Slayer. You might want to look into this one.
Yeah, I would say any current Rangers that are allowed to utilize any kind of homebrew stuff in their campaign, if you are watching this later or currently watching now, if you happen to be playing a Ranger or Ranger adjacent, these are really cool options if your DM would let you use them. I think I would personally let my players use these as well. I think this would be a lot of fun. And like I said, I think as crazy as the spells seem initially, I appreciate that each is a bonus action. Still letting the ranger play the martial style with a little bit of magical assistance.
Yeah.
So I like that. I like that it doesn't take away from the arrow. It doesn't cripple the arrow's range or anything like that. It's really just pure buffs. Almost giving you like the effect of having a quiver of elemental arrows or finding random like magical arrows. So I do like that. Because again, magic arrows are really hard to come by in a lot of campaigns as well. Especially if you're playing standard 5e where, like you said, magic items are not something you just get.
Yep. I don't think you're up to 5th level spells yet. I think you're probably at 2nd level now, maybe 3rd level.
What level is he?
He's 7, about to be 8. Let's see. When do you get?
I think 9th is 3rd level spells for.
Yeah, for half casters, I think you're correct. Let's see. You get your. Yep, 9th will be your first 3rd level spell.
But hey,
yeah, something to look forward to. Assuming you survive.
But around
you
are. You also get a +4. Yeah.
You are knocked out, stuck to a tree, and on fire. So we'll see.
I mean, when you layer all that on top of it, yeah, no, you might have a bad time.
Well, we'll see what's happening. Now we're going to move on to melee spells. Another bonus action. This one you need melee weapons. I don't know if a club is less than a silver, so these are pretty much intended to be used with swords.
I'd imagine it's trying to include any of the martial weapon, like the standard martial weapons class stuff. Which again makes sense because most rangers aren't going to pick, a quarterstaff or. So I think even a dagger is worth more than a silver. Yeah, I need to. Granted, again, I think in this situation, as long as it wasn't your fist, claws, or like some kind of additional like unarmed strike style maneuver, I would allow this to be added to the weapon. Because if you did happen to take 2 clubs, as long as they're actual clubs and not 2 sticks you picked up, like improvised weapons wouldn't get this. I would say it has to be it has to be from a proper weapon class, and it has to be non-unarmed.
I was just thinking, if you did you had 2 improvised weapons, like you just grabbed 2 table legs, and you tried to use this, I think it would be mean, but it would be cool if in you trying to channel the energy through them, like they either burned or melted or crackled with electricity and popped or just like disappeared. That would be a pretty cool moment. And then your player would never forget, like, oh, it's got to be like weapons that somebody made. Like regular things I just pick up aren't meant to hold that kind of power. That's kind of cool.
1000%.
I will say, super cool. I was trying to figure out what this actually implied, but if you're using light weapons, which Goblin Slayer usually does if he's going in melee, when you use the bonus action, you get a swing, and then you get your multi-attack. So technically you're swinging 3 times if you're using a light weapon when you do this, which is actually pretty cool. You're getting that extra swing on as your bonus action. I don't see that too often.
It's cool. I do like the idea of making it fizzle. I would even say, if you're using an improvised weapon, I would have you roll a d4, and on a 1, you take the damage.
Ooh. I also feel like this specifically. So in our campaign, let me see. This is one of my own ones. I gotta find it. Our paladin is a paladin of he follows tier. So this is a problem that I made, wherein Justicar is tier's sword. Like canonically, Justicar is a sword. However, I didn't specify in this text here that it had to be a melee weapon. But basically, this spell, this elemental strike spell, is a better version of Justicar's might, which I gave to Grim and made for him. Where like the god of balance, so Tyr and Bahamut, he got both of those. Fire, lightning, radiant, or thunder, you choose one of them. And then for an hour, as long as you're concentrating on it, whatever weapon you have deals 1d6 of the chosen type. So they like to put it on crossbows and shit because they're like, you didn't write melee. And I'm like, well, the spell's name is Justicar's Might. And from then on, all of my spell descriptions have gotten longer and longer to get all of the loopholes out of them.
Oh no.
There's like paragraph after paragraph after paragraph after paragraph to close all the loopholes that my players might think of. But if you started using elemental strikes, Grimbo would be so mad. He would be so mad. Why do you have a better version? And you also have Goblin Slayer has the Dragon's Boon, so you can put acid on his stuff. So you can do that and this. It's good options. And you have Horde Breaker, so you hit when you swing at someone, you can hit someone next to them as well. So you have some. This could be pretty helpful for you, but you get to choose from acid, cold, fire, lightning, poison, or thunder. So you have more options than Grimjack does, and you deal 1d8. The cool thing about this is when you upcast it, the spell lasts for another round. It's not like timing based or anything. I think this is one of the only spells I've ever seen that's written that way. Like you just have another round with it on.
Which is really cool. I like that it's duration, not damage. Because it pretty much says, hey, you burn the extra spell slot, you want a couple extra swings with this weapon.
Like this is they've surrounded the building you're in, and all the thugs are rushing in, and like you're in the center, and you're like, oh shit. And you just like make a swish of your weapon, and it changes colors, and you just like wham! You start whacking people. You're like, oh, this is not. I can do this all day. And you pop it after first level. I can do this all day. Just beating thugs up.
Yeah, swinging on thugs all the time.
I like this. I'm definitely putting this in the repository.
Yeah, and dual wielding. Oof. Turn into a dervish of a good old dervish of elemental damage. I'll take it anytime.
Oh, that's
nice. You'll never turn me away from the good old elemental damage.
I'm gonna just arrange this one. They're all for ranger, so I'm just gonna put all of them in alphabetical order and then put ranger at the end because they're all the same. They're all for ranger. Electrify, another first level spell. Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, this one's for more classes. Okay.
I'm guessing occultist is one of Kibbler's classes.
Yeah.
Kibble's classes. Okay. I said Kibbler, not Brian Kibbler, MTG Pro. Kibbles, homebrew god. Sorry guys. Not to get anybody confused, but electrify, channel lightning into your hands. It's the first spell I see without a cost component. After casting a spell.
This is better than what I thought it was. Keep going.
You make a successful melee spell attack, unarmed strike, or melee attack with a weapon made of conductive material. They take 1d10 lightning damage and must make a save. So, not that you take 1d10 damage if you make the save. You take the 1d damage regardless, it looks like.
Yep, if you succeed,
Failed
bam.
save?
This
Yeah,
is
on a failed
this is
save, you
big stuff.
Yeah, stunned. Oof. Ooh. And for the duration of the spell, you can cast Shocking Grasp. Okay. All right.
And this
All
is
right.
a bonus action, so you can go stun this guy and then grab his face and be like with your action.
Yeah, this is, and the fact that they give it to sorcerers and wizards means you've literally given wizards magic hands.
I was thinking
This isn't mage hand anymore. This is a magical hand. This is the magic backhand.
in my repository there's another spell there that was supposed to be for melee focused people where like you slam your fists together and you put an element on them, and one of them was lightning, and now you're punching lightning for a little while. But this is even cooler than that. It's a first level spell that has a chance to stun.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
that's
very strong.
I'm gonna be honest, this might be the first time in looking at something I might have to slap a restriction or two on this. This is stunned again, stunning as a status. Very rare, very, stunning fists I think is probably the most common way people see stun if you're playing a monk. So to have 1d10 stun damage at level 1 on a con save, which means most creatures you're facing at level 1 to 2 for first level spell casting, they're not going to survive this.
I was gonna say that having Shocking Grasp afterwards is like adding damage, but if you've just started, like if this was your first spell, you'd probably be doing less damage via Shocking Grasp than you would with a sword. So I at first I was like, oh, you get, if you can stun someone, you basically have like an 85% chance to hit them next time. But I was like, oh, if you get a free, well, not a free, you'll still have to pay for it action economy wise, but you're getting that action of Shocking Grasp. And at first I was like, that's a lot, but probably Shocking Grasp. Shocking Grasp is D6. I think.
Shocking Grasp is D6, I think.
Oh, it's D8. Okay, so
Okay.
if you're using a regular sword, you do better.
Yes.
Oh.
I think.
You would do better damage, but you have advantage on the attack roll if the target's wearing metal armor. You already have advantage if they're stunned, so we don't need to worry about that. But the cool thing about Shocking Grasp is, yeah, you'd probably do more damage if you're using your melee weapons, but if you electrocute them, oh, they can't take reactions until the start of their next turn. They're already stunned. They can't do that already. So it really depends on what weapon type you're using. If you have daggers, okay, you might want to use Shocking Grasp instead. But if you're using your sword or something, it might be easier just to strike them with the sword. So it's not too cool. It's just cool in the flavor portion of it that you now have, you basically caused your hands to gain a cantrip, and as a ranger you don't usually have cantrips.
True. Very true. Yeah, now without investing a feat. Yeah.
If you're past level 5 or 11th or 17th when the damage for Shocking Grasp goes up, it might be a better option because you're only going to hit this one time. You still have a chance to miss one of the 2 sword strikes if you're using your multi-attack. If you're past level 5, it might be the better option to use Shocking Grasp on someone after you've stunned them. But when you're first starting, you're probably just going to use your melee weapon.
And the fact that they also give us the sorcerers and wizards, I will say this. It requires you to use a weapon.
Oh,
which means you
you
have
could
to
do
be in
unarmed
melee.
strikes. Yeah, they
But,
don't want to be that close. It's
yeah.
true. But hear me out. Put this on Muscle Wizard. Like dudes run up,
Oh,
they're
okay.
gonna mess you up. He takes off his robe as his free action, and then he just duffs them with lightning fists and then grabs them. Oh, the terror!
Yeah, no, that's just the most swole. Instead of Merlin, swollen. No, swollen can't have this spell. He will hurt someone. He'll absolutely hurt someone.
I'm gonna put this one in.
I would asterisk this one. Like I said, I think it might be a little much for a level 1 spell, but I think it is a dope spell to give people.
I think if a level 1 ranger took this, they would start relying on it early, but it's also going to be hardest to use early levels because your spell save DC is probably not that high compared to
Hmm,
what you're fighting.
fair enough. Very fair enough.
But so far, loving it, dude. Doing great. Oh, looks like we got some ninja stuff now. Next one up is Iron Wind Strike.
Okay.
You need a melee weapon again. You can't do it with just your fists anymore. You flourish a weapon. You flourish a weapon. You
Okay.
flourish a weapon you're proficient with used in the casting, and then vanish to strike like the wind. Oh. Oh!
These are to 3 creatures.
Oh, you are a ninja! Swing, swing, swing!
Make a melee weapon attack on a hit. Target takes 3d8 damage of a weapon's damage type. You can then teleport to an unoccupied space 5 feet within 5 feet of your target. Okay.
This is the
All
most
right.
anime shit I've ever seen in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, this is when you're like, "Hey guys, I need to really like screw up the battlefield real quick." BRB as you I'm imagining. Okay, just imagine. You're in the middle of battle and you just see your teammate bust that out, disappear, and then reappear having sliced up a whole room full of goblins or enemies.
This is like uh in Jujutsu Kaisen, this is essentially using simple domain. Anybody who uses a sword with simple domain, like the girl who sucks at everything, and no matter what, bad stuff happens to her, but all she can do is she has that automatic attack where you step within range of her. Like that's what this is. You just step within
Mm-hmm.
range and then swing swing swing. I would even say though that like for a second level, the damage on this is pretty high if you're hitting 3 people. But the problem is you're going to have to get 3 people with it every time.
Yeah,
Because it doesn't say you can attack the same person twice. You have to keep moving.
yeah. This is definitely meant. I think this is kind of. It's almost like the equivalent of multi-strike,
Mm.
the multi-shot option that they gave the range caster or ranged ranger with their weapon. Um, range rangers with their weapons. No. It's but this is scary because it's multi-shot and misty step.
Mm. This.
Well, not even misty step. It's kind of like it's like a tactical retreat mid after swinging,
Mm.
which is scary.
This is like. How do I explain this? This would be the ultimate spell for a ranger to use upon first introduction to your party. Like you've been sent to meet with this guy, and then you're obviously in enemy territory. And when you finally make it into the building that he's in, there's 3 guys running at him, and he just swing swing swing, things, and then appears behind one of them and does the rest of the flourish, sheathes his sword, and then all three guys are like, ah! And they fall over. Like, oh
that
my
would be
god,
great.
what an intro!
That would be great. That would be great. I can also, and now this is once again, I'm going to say this. I would not allow this spell in a campaign where a rogue wanted to class multi-class as a ranger and
Ooh.
gain this spell, because I refuse to allow sneak attack iron wind strikes for like 44 d8 damage.
I think this is somewhat based on the Iron Shadow hobgoblins, which are like the ninja hobgoblins. Like,
Let me
I
take a
want
look.
all of them to have this now.
Hmm.
Let me.
Oh, I'm looking at the stat block now. Shadow Jaunt. Interesting.
Sorry, Hobgoblin Iron Shadow. You know what I mean.
Yeah. Interesting. 4 attacks. Okay, yeah. You know what? That's kind of dope.
Like, if you
That's kind of
gave
dope.
this guy, ooh, yes. If
That's
you gave
kind of
this guy
scary.
Iron Wind Strike, oh, it'd be amazing. What an entrance!
Yeah, no, that's how you really set up a battle.
He just obliterates 3 guards. Well, I mean, this one is clearly a lady, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just whop, whop, whop. Everyone goes down.
I think this. Listen, I think this is the greatest spell of all time, personally. It's so anime. I can't help that not like
This
it.
is the coolest one by far so far.
Just I don't want to read ahead. I really want to spoil I don't want to spoil myself to know what else he's cooked up, with this being the second, and this being a second level conjuration, which means you gain this at what, like level 5?
Mm-hmm.
5, 6, you gain your second level. So level 6, you've already got your extra attack as a ranger, I believe. You could really turn into a monster with this.
I was just thinking, since this is specifically for rangers, you maybe pair this up with like your ranger's favored terrain and be like, this is just a thing they can do when they're on their home turf.
And for you and I think for the min maxers out there, you know what could be a fun thing to do? Take a bunch of levels in ranger, and then take 3 levels in fighter to gain. I think, what is it? Champion gets crits on 19s and 20s.
Oh, dang! Wham, 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 wham. Oh my god.
Plus, you would have second wind,
Mm-hmm.
so you could disappear, do this, and now you're in the midst of all these people. Burn another spell slot. Do it again. Take out the whole room. Take out the whole room. But don't do that in any campaign for any one of my campaigns, because then I'll have to throw it back at you. Sad.
Remember, again, if your DM's letting you use these spells, your DM is using these spells too. So
Yes.
just be aware of that.
Yes. No, 10,000%. 10,000%.
That is
but
the most anime shit
yeah.
ever. Oh, you can. What happens when you upcast it? It's on the next page.
Okay, here we go. At higher levels, when you
Oh.
cast this spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, it deals additional 1d8 to each target.
You're at that point when you start upcasting this, like basically your ranger has learned the anatomy of every person you're like you're a chi blocker now. You're just like whap whap whap. You closing up chakras.
Yeah, no, Iron Wind Strike. That is I feel like if you upcast Iron Wind Strike in a room, you want those targets dead. Like, there is zero chance that you are looking to have anything remotely peaceful, this is you've chosen violence if you cast this spell. And if you upcast this spell, you have not chosen violence, you have chosen warlord level genocide. And you should be, and if you do this in Waterdeep, you should be brought up on war.
Oh no, it counts as a What? Okay, let me reread this real quick. Oh no!
What happened?
Make a melee weapon attack. That means you can use Hordebreaker for this.
Oh dear.
Trying to bring up Hordebreaker to see if it says regular damage or not. I think it says whatever damage you did, you also do to that next guy. Here we go. Take me there. Once on each of your turns, we're going to make another attack with the same weapon, so you can hit 4 targets. This is... Oh, Goblin Slayer, are you reading this? Technically, you can hit 4 targets if you took Iron Wind Strike. You
Goblin Slayer,
specifically can cheat this out.
I think this this might be the
Holy shit.
the thing for you. If you're still here,
You
should definitely.
Oh my god.
You should 1000%. Oh no. Oh no. And slap that with the sentinel feet. Oh man. So when they try to leave that space, you hit them down to 0. And now there's 4 different things surrounding you potentially within your range, so you could potentially sentinel all 3 things that you hit down to 0 movement speed, and then proceed to disappear and do it again. No, get out my face. I want this. I want this. All right, I want this. Not even as a player, as a person. I need that.
God, this if your DM does not like flourish this, they're messing up. You could make this so cool the first time you use it, and then every time after that, mwah, that's good stuff.
Yeah. If you're looking for fun ways to break the game, I think this is it. But what do we got next? I before I gush too much.
Oh my god.
What do we got next?
All right, next one has an
Kibbles
anime name for sure. Whirling Conflagration. Oh no, another self 15-foot radius. Oh no, what does this one do?
It's an action. Okay. So like Iron Wind Strike, it's an action.
Oh my. Make a melee weapon attack against each target within 15 feet. Each target takes 66 fire on a hit or half as much on a miss.
Okie dokie, folks. I think we've entered a
This is the Rangers version of Fireball. It's a little weaker, but oh my god, in a 15, oh my, this simple domain, yo, Kibbles was pre-Jujutsu Kaisen, bro.
Yeah, no, he was texting Gege on the side like, hey man, I got these ideas you might want to think about.
Oh my god.
It's instantaneous.
This finally gives you something to compete with those casters with their AoE blasts. You're like, yeah, well, you want to blow up this room? I'm the room, buddy.
I'm just imagining, like, any class that gets Misty Step as a bonus action. Because, once again, this is an action, which means it can be tied to a bonus action.
Oh my god.
So, gaining a Misty Step bonus action into a room with Whirling Conflagration as your action for the turn. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're murdering everything. You are a monster.
God,
and you need to be stopped. Kibbles, I don't know what you were doing when you came up with this spell, but don't ever do it. You watch this. I need you to never, ever entice me with a spell so much in my lifetime. I need to not be tempted by the devil that is this spell, because this too much for me. I'm a simple person. And this makes me want to murder everything in a room. Especially because you're also dealing fire damage, which means technically you could ignite things. I usually allow fire damage to ignite things, depending on if they're flammable or not. So this
It's also
deadly.
weird
And
that this is make a melee weapon attack, but you take half. It should technically be a spell attack then, huh? A melee spell attack?
I think it's a melee attack, but it's half because maybe you're getting seared by the flames regardless. It's just, did the weapon and the flame connect, or just the flame? But you know what I just realized? You want to hear something a little bit broken about this move?
You can use Hordebreaker on this too to hit one guy twice. And then
No.
so he'll hit that one guy twice, and then he'll hit the first guy, and then he can use Hordebreaker to hit that second guy, and then that second guy takes the regular attack.
What if I told you this? What if I told you technically you could burn a 3rd level spell slot on elemental strikes to get 3 rounds of elemental strikes? Misty Step in, use Whirling Conflagration. Conflagration, it's a word I never utilize often. And deal not only the additional 66 fire damage, but the additional 1d8 of your chosen elemental type.
Oh, you sexy beast! Yo, use that, and if you have whatever the if you have the dragon's bonus to add another element onto that, like your burst is going up high. You're rolling a lot of freaking dice. You're rolling so many dice, but it's gonna be worth it.
But you want to know what the best part is? Anything that doesn't die to your Whirling Conflagration, you can then next turn, because you'd still have another turn of elemental strikes up, Iron Wind Strike.
These all tie together, bro. What a
Yeah.
fancy little bow Kibbles put on this.
Kibbles, I don't know if you meant to do it, but I see you now.
Bruh.
And I'm watching you for every episode after this. Anytime you bring me Kibbles now, Okami, I'm gonna be like, what did he do?
After Field of Stars, which at this point, I don't know if we're gonna get to. We're having too much. This is too good. There's another Kibbles thing, so I got a bunch of them in a row.
Maybe we'll just make next episode of spells too. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll see what the people vote on.
So nice. Yo, did I put this in the repository already? Yeah, I did.
And just remember, like we said before, if you can use it, we can use it.
Oh yeah.
But upcasting this does increase the additional 1d6 damage to each target. So again, it's 4th level spell slot. As a ranger, you're not gonna have a ton of high level spell slots to burn. But you're also not really burning them for a lot of crazy spells in the 5th level and above. I believe rangers tap out at 5th level.
Yeah, they're half casters.
Yeah. So at best, the most you'll ever get out of this is going to be an 8d6. Scary.
Still
Scary as
hell.
hell.
Nice for destroying a room.
Oh, take a whole room out.
Wow. Awesome. Okay, I did pull the page down before, and I think we're about to get more anime. 4th level spell.
Don't do that.
Dimension Cutter.
Oh.
It's in a cone now. Okay. You flourish a weapon with, you slash apart dimensional space. Each creature in a 15-foot cone takes 66 force.
Okay. All
Did
right.
you read this
Pardon me.
bottom?
Okay.
Did you read this bottom?
It is intentional. It is intentional. The dimensional cutter offers no attack roll or saving throw.
It's magic missile from your sword.
I almost slapped my desk. Almost hurt myself by slapping my desk in furious joy.
Oh my god! What?
So you've got instant 15-foot cone 66 weapon damage.
And it's
That just
force. I would say though, because
and it's
this is
for and it just
specifically
happens.
functions like magic missile, I would say if anyone is immune to magic
I,
missile, they're also immune to this.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's really strong. That's
And it's not the 5th
that's
level,
borderline
which
kind of
leads me
scary.
to believe there must be a 5th level spell for melee guys, which is terrifying. If you've already got this. Swing!
You don't need anything after this. What do you need after combining just I don't even think we have to do much more when it comes to Dimension Cutter. I think Dimension Cutter speaks for itself because the collection of melee options where the ranged options made the ranged range like the bow, you know, your standard pet and bow style kind of ranger, more AoE and kind of blast focus, kind of giving what I think were really cool utilities. This is giving the melee ranger the matching power.
Mmm.
This is pretty much saying, hey, I may have to jump into the throw of battle, but when I'm in the pit, when your ranger decides to metaphorically open the pit like it's at a death metal show, the bodies will hit the floor. Okay, the
God, this
bodies
is
will
good.
absolutely pile up. And if you're using this with magical weapons and the additional damage that you're gonna get, you're putting me as a DM in a rough space because I'm gonna throw it back at you.
Yep.
I have to do it in a way that won't instantly obliterate you.
Damn.
I take them all.
I was
Melee options.
also thinking like this specifically kind of fits into like Whirling Conflagration and Iron Wind Strike, where like he's playing on the idea that the ranger understands their environment so well that it gives them an edge in battle. Which, like, yeah, rangers have tons of, like, they get bonuses to nature and tracking and stuff like that, but this is taking that to such a whole different level.
I think this, in a crazy way, these abilities that are being given are showing that it kind of shows how rangers and druids are connected in a lot of ways in their tap. It's kind of like you've chosen ranger, you can still tap, like you said, you're still tapping into the elemental effects of the nature around you. So it's kind of almost further closing that gap between ranger and druid and allowing a ranger to be like, yeah, I'm not useless if we're fighting a big battle.
Like
I can
Whirling
take that
Conflagration specifically, I was like, if you were a druid in my game, I would also be like, you can take Whirling Conflagration. That also makes sense.
I would only give it to a wildfire druid.
I could see that.
I would only give it to a wildfire druid. And I think, once again, this is a spell that can be augmented. These spells and things, again, Dimension Cutter, that's just... that Dimension Cutter speaks for itself. Whirling Conflagration, clearly your AoE burn everybody. Iron Wind Strike is, hey, you want to see me do something cool? You want to see me do it again? Electrify is going to give you that magical pimp slap, and Elemental Strikes, I think, is just the buff. Quite honestly, I'll be very honest with you. Elemental Strikes, I could build an entire Ranger subclass out of by itself.
Mm.
I think with these options and spells, I could potentially build a really cool subclass option, like a homebrew subclass option, utilizing that elemental nature tap in. I think this would be dope. I think this would be hella dope.
Kibbles, you're
Can you imagine Dimension Cutter as a once per day long rest ability?
This is kind of this, like, not specifically this, but like these type of abilities where like it just hits you, yada yada, this guy's so great. Like, this is the kind of stuff that Grimjack's always like, oh, I want my characters to be able to do stuff like this. Like, it's just their regular attack. And it does like 20 d12 damage every swing. And you're like, it's not, you can't balance something like that. But this is pretty balanced. It doesn't do a lot, but it hits. Like, you're guaranteeing that damage.
Mm.
I bring up Grimjack a lot because as far as like my campaign goes, he's the one that's not like he doesn't ever have gameplay balance in mind when he makes a suggestion.
Ah.
He's just like, this would be cool. And then you got to be like, but if you have that, then this has to happen, yada yada yada. But like one of my favorite suggestions he ever had was, I was like, okay, how do you expect to essentially create an entire class of magic in a week that you've been staying, entirely new class of magic in the week that you've been staying with these people that are smarter than you, when you've been doing these other side quests the whole time you're there? You're still working on stuff. And he goes, I have very busy days, okay? I don't waste a second. And I'm like, get out of here, man.
Yeah, I can understand that.
You want an eternal? Do you want the Fist of Shou Lao? I'm surprised no one's made that for monks or rangers. I'm sure there's a Marvel supplement somewhere. That was stupid of me to say. I'm sure that exists.
I'll take Hiei's Dragon of Darkness Flames.
I'm surprised Ace didn't show up upon you saying that.
No. I can't summon in this yet.
I don't know if there is a... Oh, there is a 5th level spell. Oh, no.
No, there's not.
What is it? Martial Steel Wind Strike.
My God. When I thought he was done, he did it. You flourish a weapon you are proficient with, used in the cast. You are proficient with, used in the casting, and then vanish to strike like the wind. Choose 5 creatures. Make a melee weapon attack against each target. On a hit, take 6d10 of the weapon's damage type. You can then tell. So you said, hey, Iron Wind Strike? Dope. What if we said this isn't Iron Wind, this is Martial Steel? Oh my God. Okay. You win. I think if you bust out Martial Wind Strike, you win.
And the simple domain size is now 30 feet. Double the distance.
And it's each target.
You are messing people up.
You win a barroom brawl. And there's a note. I've long been confused by Steel Wind Strike, clearly a spell meant for martials, but one that they cannot seemingly use. As usual, the culprit was meddlesome wizards. You tweaked the spell to suit them, leaving it rather unsuitable for its intended audience. Fortunately, I have been able to reconstruct its true form. Interesting. Interesting. I like that little lore bit.
Yeah. I don't know who
I
Caius
like
is,
that.
but I like him.
Yeah. We might run into Caius in some more Kibble stuff as time goes on.
That's true. He's got to be in the book. He's got to be in the book.
It's the potential. It's
Eventually.
a strong potential.
And now he's got some
Marshall
extra
One
ones.
Strike.
This is
Oh no.
amazing. Also cool that it's for wizards, I guess. If you're muscle wizard or stabby wizard, I guess.
I'm always down to be the muscle wizard. But again, like I said, I would not give any of these spells to wizards. I'm locking this in rangers because wizards at 5th level spell casting options don't need to be teleporting into a room becoming whirling dervishes of death. They don't need that. We don't need that. You don't need that as a DM.
Why? What is happening? Sorry, one of my friends is calling me. But why? Why?
Oh.
Why? I lost my train of thought. I was not expecting. So I have on my phone, I have like the Twitch view just to make sure that everything's running okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked over the Twitch view, and it's just like the big screen up that's like, "Hey, you're getting a call." And I'm like, "Is that what I'm streaming right now? Am I streaming a call?" And then I'm like, "Oh no, that's just there." Never mind. I was like, I don't think I'm running that on this computer. What's happening here?
You never know.
I will catch up with her later. But yes, this is awesome. This is great. Again, though, like what you said, like we don't need wizards to do that. The wizards have better options. Just like you said, the ranger spell that turns one of your ammunition into a lightning bolt. If you can already cast lightning bolt, you might as well just be casting lightning bolt.
Yeah. But again, super dope, super cool option.
And then he's got some general options. So I'm guessing these must be utility.
Yeah. First one we're seeing is Alacrity.
It's for Bard, Occultist, Ranger, Sorcerer, and Wizard. The material component, if you don't have a focus, is the hand of a broken clock. Until the spell ends, your speed is doubled, you have a +2 to AC, you have advantage on dex saving throws, and you gain an additional action. Oh. If you're under the effect of haste, you can't gain any benefit, because this is essentially haste.
Okay. But Kibbles. Hi, DM Shin here. You ever watch this video? I have words about this ability and spell. One, sorcerers and wizards, and I think bards naturally have access to haste. But on top of that,
I'm mad because so I'm gonna date myself. But when I used to role play on Gaia,
wow. Wow.
I was a ninja in the style of Naruto, and my element was wind. And my favorite jutsu that I made up was Armor of Wind. And I have in my productivity tracker, find all the jutsu that you made when you roleplayed and turn them into spells in D&D. And Alacrity is basically Armor of Wind. My only bonus, I wasn't going to give people an additional action, but my extra thing of Armor of Wind is that if you make a strike, the wind is around you and it whistles. So like if you make a strike, it adds slashing damage onto the strikes. But he's basically built what I was going to build, and now I'm just like, how you do this? How you read my mind like this?
Yeah, that again. No, you don't need this. You want me to give you this and the ability to teleport into a room full of people and kill 75 individuals? No. No, you pick. You don't get this too. You can't have more. But again, I like that it's at least limited by haste.
Hold on, I'm gonna open up Goblin Slayer's You guys are all going to see Goblin Slayers. He has a spell that gives him some of these bonuses. This is just a better version of that spell. So let me see which spell he has. Or if you're in the chat still, what is the spell I'm thinking of that gives you bonus to AC and lets you run? What is this? Is it Zephyr Strike? It might be Zephyr Strike. No, Zephyr Strike doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. He can have advantage on one strike. It deals extra damage. It does double your speed. So it's almost like Zephyr Strike. Except Zephyr Strike is more like you want to end it with that attack.
As if something surviving this martial steel wins and strikes. Yeah, let's go with that. That's what's gonna happen.
This is so general that it's just like I need a buff. I don't know what buff I need, but I'm gonna get them all right now.
Yeah.
It only lasts for 1 round though. That is the downside. Zephyr Strike stays up for I think it's a minute. Yeah, up to a minute. So, but you only keep the double speed for the first turn. Interesting. Oh no, you get faster after you shoot or do your attack. Interesting. So it's still more focused on like I need to hit this one guy really hard, and then I want to get the hell out of here. Pork chop sandwiches. Let's get the fuck out of here. This is honestly a seemingly better version, but it only lasts once. 1 round. You don't have those extra actions. Oh, man. It's still pretty good, though. I'm putting this in. Like, if you're looking for a buff to pretty much everything, like, this is probably the one for you. Like, just go on. Do your thing. Do yo thing. Sorcerer Wizard. I'm going to be real mad when I go to turn this paragraph into a link and OneNote just goes and it disappears. Burning weapon! Next one.
Okay, so now we are just enhancing fire. Which really makes me think that like you're meant to be like some kind of fire ranger in some weird, creepy, secret way.
Oh, interesting. This is... Okay, hear me out.
I'm listening.
Reading past the first paragraph. This is essentially, did anyone bring a torch or a lantern? No? Then I'm going to turn the first hostile I see into the lantern. Because their whole body is wreathed in light.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
Listen, you could even do this to like your barbarian.
Don't do that. No.
We need a light. I will set the teammate on fire.
Oh. And now, and this is why you can't give your players nice things. They start lighting people on fire.
It doesn't do a lot of damage, but utility-wise, it's great because you figure if the burning target is now lit up, that's basically the same as fairy fire. I would give whoever you've lit up, people have advantage on. They're shooting the fiery person that's walking around. That humanoid effigy is gonna be smacked.
I honestly was thinking this is just a better fairy fire.
It is! Hello, mommy!
Mama!
I love my children.
Right? Fair, like just set someone. I need a lantern. I'm gonna make one, and people are like, "Oh, you want to take out a torch?" Nah, there's a goblin over. Actually, you probably don't want to do. You want to do it on big targets with lots of health, because if you shot like a goblin or a kobold, they're gonna die. They'll be put out pretty early. You want to hit the big guy, so the rest of your teammates are wailing on them.
You need to hit someone who is not going to use their action to put the flames out, so they just keep taking the 1d4 damage every single round.
Oh, you got to make sure that you have
You know
some
what I'm
ability
saying?
that stops people from
Yeah.
using their action.
Or like I feel like if you use it on a bigger target, or like the bigger badder guy, he's not going to be using his action to be putting out a fire, he's going to be using it to deal the damage against you guys. So I feel like in one way you're like, oh, this does not do much damage to this guy, but like also it's slowly chipping away, and man, that one round you could need that extra d4 to like really get him.
Yeah.
This is the most cruel utility spell I've seen in a while.
It's got a lot of function. It's got a lot of scary function, but also remember what we said: if you can use it, they can use it. Imagine just an enemy range, like a BBE ranger, just in a room full of goblins strapped to the T with like gunpowder on their belts, and he just slaps them on the back on fire and just kicks them forward.
The goblin bombers, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's just like, hey, take them out.
Are you listening, Goblin Slayer? Are you listening?
You wanna?
Are you sending in like suicide bombers, but they're goblins on fire?
Yeah, I already have suicide bomber goblins in my campaign.
This is a very interesting concept that I don't know if I love or hate.
Here, wait, hold on. They have a stat block. I'll bring it up.
I'm more scared they have a stat
thing
block.
has a stat block.
Here. What do you mean? No,
knowing him, it makes sense that he has a stat block for this. Ready to go.
There's actually two different kinds. There's two different kinds of Goblin Bomber, but
there is. Oh my god!
my players, they met Goblin Bombers way at the beginning of the campaign, and they stole a bunch of their bombs. But their bombs are cool because if you whenever you throw one, there's a chance it just goes off in your hand. So all of them are terrified to use them, but they're all holding on to them.
Just in case. You know what? You might be desperate enough.
In case of emergency, throw Goblin Bomb. But its action is boom on the Goblin?
So, light the fuse, bitches! And then it runs and explodes.
3d6 fire damage.
I feel like my players would just kill the goblin, and then I like explain the mechanics of the bomb and how it might explode in their hand, and they're like, what if we just don't take it off the goblin? And then I would be like, so you're gonna carry around a few dead goblin bodies? And they would be like, yes.
You know what? You know what?
What you gotta do.
To be fair, that would be fun.
My players have, I think, 4 to 6 bodies in their little hole that they are just collecting.
Portable hole, they throw bodies in. Our rogue sorcerer, we were arguing about something a couple sessions ago, and she goes, I've done the math. I know how to cut up each of your bodies so that they fit in the mouth of our bags of holding, okay?
Holy shit.
And we were like, you what now? Huh? Yeah, what?
I did once. I read somewhere. I think it was like it must have been like. It could have even been back in the days of Tumblr. I read a post though somewhere on some social media site of a guy whose players stuffed literally every enemy body in his bag of holding. But because they were a grave domain cleric, they kept them for the sole purpose of utilizing them later.
That's exactly what
And-
my players are doing. My one is a necromancy wizard, so she's just slowly but surely building an undead army.
I love it.
Sometimes you just need, a pocket full of skulls.
Run the family with a pocket full of skulls.
Exactly. Nothing says you are truly Zach Del Rocha's spirit animal. That's you fling the bodies of. Just imagine fighting a BBEG and having collected all of his generals and then flinging them out of a bag of holding and being like, reanimate dead.
Oh my god.
That would be a slay. I think that's what my players are going for.
Well, they're welcome. I like it and I want to witness it personally. If you could just record that moment. Like, if you could just record that moment for me so that I could witness it when they decide to pull out every single dead body, I'd appreciate it the most.
Yeah, once we get towards the BBEG, I'll just say, hey guys, come to the Midwest, and we'll have like a watch party of my players just fucking that shit up.
Be right there with popcorn and dice.
We had one of our friends, he always says, like, I would love to just come when you guys are running a session and I'll like sit on the edge of the room and I'll just watch it. And like we understand what he's saying, but the way he's saying it is so creepy. Like,
I've had several people do that and I'm like, y'all, I don't know what you think is going to happen. Like, it sounds cool when we talk about it and all the like dumb shit they do, but it also takes us 3 hours to get to that point,
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of in between that's not very interesting to non-nerdy people.
Yep. Also, like, if I know someone's coming to visit, like Valley of Ageria's partner, when he comes from England, we have a character ready for him, like, that he plays. If anyone comes to visit,
cute.
like, just play the person. The only person who can't play is DM Bacon's girlfriend can't play with us because every time he uses his accent, which sounds kind of like Black Widow in the MCU, his girlfriend can't stop laughing, so she doesn't want to play with us anymore. But she technically has a character as well.
I'm dead.
And he doesn't even need to get in. Like, the moment he starts a sentence in that accent, she's just like in the corner. It's great. I'm like, we kind of want you to play more then. I know you don't want to, but we want you to play more now.
For sure.
But
let's take a look at this.
We just have one left. Wind sense. Yeah. Oh, here's one for druids. Okay. You cast your sense into the wind. That sounds like you're about to kill yourself. Like, I'm
that,
throwing,
or
I'm
you just, or
throwing
you're dumb.
caution to the wind. Yeah. Until the start of your next turn, you have blind sight to 60 feet. Okay. You have advantage on perception checks. Your PP goes up by 5. Oh.
Passive for perception for anybody who doesn't know.
Oh. And any creature that's revealed by your okay, that makes, yeah, well, that's how PP works, so that makes sense. When you make a ranged weapon attack, you don't require line of sight as long as it's in the range of your blind. Oh, this is cool. And the target creature doesn't benefit from cover because they ride the flow of your winds. This is super cool because
that is really sick.
Oh, that's so smart. There is a homebrew feat that I have in the repository somewhere, where if you are blinded as a ranger, you train a bird or some other familiar creature, and you see through their eyes, so that you have blind sight, but it's based on their vision, and that
Ooh.
also like sort of lets you curve shots in weird ways, because it's like the magic is infusing both of you. This is neat. I like this. There's also another one that's utility, but also super cool because fuck your cover.
But additionally, gaining blind sight means if combined with the other abilities given to you from the martial style weaponry that the martial style skills we saw earlier, you could essentially have someone take the room's lights out and just know where everyone is, and then proceed to eliminate the
Oh.
That would actually be so sick to see a ranger do, because that sounds like some rogue shit. But you know what? I want to see that moment for a ranger.
Like they've gotten full. They know everything that is in this room. The terrain is fully mapped in their brain. You see them like rolling over table. This one doesn't say you have. You can upcast it, but I would say you can upcast this so it goes more rounds like the other spells that are in here. That way you can use one of the other bonus action abilities on another turn and like change your spells like multi-shot or whatever for the next turn. Have all those shots curve into enemies. That would be so sick.
I think if I wouldn't, I think I would keep it without the upcast and just change it to duration, so long as you keep the concentration. Like as long as you're holding concentration for wind sense, you can utilize it.
I like that too.
Because it does feel like something that you'd want, like you said, duration based or something like I said, or just kind of hold it for concentration. It shouldn't affect the other skills that you're using because it is just a natural buff.
I'm thinking that the component here is just verbal. So I'm thinking if you were a druid or a ranger and say you're like in a cave, your verbal component wouldn't be you saying the name of the spell. You'd make like a clicking noise as if it's echolocation, or like you'd whistle if you were out in the forest. And like,
oh my god, that is so sick.
That's
like a
like
dog whistle almost.
Yeah. I'm thinking like Pocahontas, like you whistle into the wind, and now like your spirit is riding on the wind.
Oh, just like pinging everything for you, kind of like a bat's echoloc. Oh, you've got wind-based echolocation. That is the flavor on that is beautiful too. I like that.
This is good stuff.
I like that.
Kibbles, I love you. Thank you for this.
Kibbles, I have to fight you personally because you've created too much good.
This is so
bring
good,
your D20
man.
and a brick.
I really can't wait to show my ranger these, because like I played a ranger in my very first campaign, and unfortunately I was warned that they are not very powerful and they don't have a lot of really cool stuff. So, but I was like, I am a ranger. I feel the call of the ranger. And she also felt the call of the ranger. And I was like, oh, but I'm going to try and give you as much cool shit as I can. But like, it's just not fair. So I can't wait to show her some of this shit because it is sick.
I'm playing a ranger currently in DM Lakara's campaign, and like, everyone's always like, man, rangers just aren't the best. And I'm like, I mean, I built my ranger
I think you can
wrong.
multi-class a ranger to be hell good. But if you were just going to be a ranger for all 20 levels, that is where I'm like,
Fair.
I do agree with you. I do think that rangers as a whole, sticking to the bit as a ranger, which I've done for a number of levels as well, you have to get really creative. You have to get really creative, and you have to make sure that I feel like ranger is one of the few classes, I mean, in theory, as a player, I would like all of my players to read ahead if they're picking a subclass. That's usually why, like, if I hit level 3 in a campaign, if I'm starting at level 1, I'm like, cool, session's over. When they long rest to hit level 3, I'm like, cool, take some time and read through all of your options before you tell me what's your subclass. Like,
Right. No, do not just look at the next thing. You have to look at what you get forever and ever and ever. Amen.
and I think Rangers, no, seriously, but I think Rangers especially should be very aware, because while the standard option, usually people either pick like a Beastmaster or they'll sometimes slap in like Gloomstalker.
Mm-hmm.
Those are usually like the two most popular. But there's so many options and so many things you can do. And quite honestly, adding this into the fray, I think you should take even more time, because you may want to reinvent the wheel a little bit once you add some of these spells in. You may want to reinvent the wheel. I am laughing still, though, at the requirement for alacrity being a broken clock, or the hand of a broken clock, because I'm just also imagining a player who wants to use alacrity going around just bashing clocks in every inn that they stay in. And like stealing like the minute and the hour hands. It's like, hey man, or like them getting Tinker's tools to only build clock hands.
That's actually so funny. My ranger, her proficiency is building clocks.
I think you have to take alacrity.
I think I'm gonna give it to her.
Yeah, just slide that on there. She'd be like, listen, you have this now.
Hey yo, because you're so good with clocks, you got this, my guy.
Like, I heard you like clocks. You get to exhibit this.
I heard you like clocks.
Yo, dog, I heard you like clocks. I put a spell in your book that uses clocks, so you can tell time when your hands are broken.
Yeah.
Into the repository it goes.
I will say Kibbles has really done a good job here. Overall, all jokes aside, Kibbles has done a really dope job in
make sure there's no
giving the ranger purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think of the mixed classes, of the mixed martial classes, Ranger, like you said before Mama, you know, it's weird because you don't get to do a lot as a ranger. You really kind of lock yourself in, and especially because you have to pick your fighting style early on before you get your subclass. You really kind of have to decide a long time in advance, and this lets you play off of either option. You don't have sharpshooter because you're not using range. Well, guess what? Now you can teleport into a room full of people, take out the room full of people in the most anime way possible.
Oh, so good.
And teleport back and be like, oh, hey guys, what happened?
So good. Just so good.
Agreed.
I'll never turn my nose up at martial options for a ranger, so it's got my vote.
And even
Absolutely
like if you just take one of those on the side, like our Goblin Slayer is our ranger. He's a hunter. He's generally speaking using all ranged attacks. Like he has the sharpshooter feat and everything. Like he could see people miles and miles away. But he still has Hordebreaker, because if somebody runs up on him, he wants to be able to whack them and whoever they're with, just to like be safe. And so like even if you're doing all ranged abilities and you just happen to take like Iron Wind Strike or something, like that's a good almost get out of jail free card for you. Like that's a good way to be like, oh no, they're all around me. Well, I'm the protagonist here. You just cut them down.
Period.
What is D&D? The most fun and most popular TTRPG out there. I guess most fun is definitely subjective. But definitely the most popular.
Yeah. Tabletops are for the children. Much like Wu-Tang. Thus, I support both tabletop RPGs.
Out here for the streets, because we're all part of the street. Yep.
Listen.
We are?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you
Oh,
are
cool.
for sure. Mommy.
Hey, do not be calling me out like that. But you are correct.
She will martial wind strike you right now.
Oh. Yeah,
Oh, man.
You will get martial steel wind struck right now.
I am for the streets, but
I just realized
we
I
are.
didn't change the background music at all for this, so I hope you guys enjoy Pyre's soundtrack because it's just been going in the background the whole time.
Amazing.
It's been a solid soundtrack, so I have 0 complaints.
I have many
figure-
complaints.
Yeah, I bet your complaint is that you didn't come in at the beginning and join us for all of this
I wish I could. I wish I could have, man, because, man, if I knew we were talking about ranger spells, wow. But I unfortunately was at my place of work,
Oh.
so I could not.
Ooh,
Okay.
what's it like to have a real job?
I hate you so much sometimes.
It is terrible. It's the worst.
I can understand that. Shin and
I'm
I
so
both
sorry.
quit the same real job.
True. A week within 2 weeks of each other.
Oh, wow. So do you also not have a real job right now?
I currently do a lot of fun time freelancing
Ooh,
as a
oh my God, I love that.
aka by fun time freelancing I mean I get to work on code for people who are like, we don't know what code is, and I'm like, well, let me sell you this bridge to Terabithia that will actually
Ooh.
help you, and you just pay me enough for me to keep my bills.
Amazing.
And to answer your question, Cherry, it is a tabletop role-playing game. So basically, if you wanted to, if someone knew the basic gist of the rules, you could just sit around a table and basically imagine a story, and you work on it together.
You get to take that imagination that you had as a child and turn it into a process.
A really, really cool process.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
You could describe it as a collaborative storytelling game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because remember, folks, the best part of D&D is that it's played with others, so you work together. You can play it as a board game, Cherry. There are board game versions of it, considered starter packs, but you can play it both physically and digitally. It's a lot of fun.
Hey, Arvin.
See, Mom shows up, and now all of a sudden everyone's like, "What?
Are these your kids, Mom?"
Yeah. Everyone is my child.
Summoning siblings from the multiverses. Damn it!
I actually just very recently revealed that I was doing this to my players, and then I was very thankful when they asked me no further questions, because I was like, oh, they cannot be hearing about all the things I say about them on the internet.
Oh yeah,
What?
no,
My players are in the chat. Don't even worry about it.
I've told previous players of mine that I'm doing this,
Mm.
but any prospective players, I mention it, but I never mention a link for it because I don't need them to know. I don't need them to know all of my DM secrets before they learn the hard way all of my DM secrets.
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, I assumed it was phonetic. Yes.
Oh yeah, Cherry, it's full role play. It's full role play, and to be quite honest, it's very loose. It's very loose. The standard way of playing, there's standard ways of playing, but you could tell, I can tell you that as one of the 3 DMs currently right here, we each all have our own unique way. And you make it fun in your own way. You may start off in the basics, but you get to grow. And growth is however you determine it. Stay your way.
Like it. I do have one more thing that I said we do today, and it's not like a big thing like this one. It's just one spell, so I think we can knock that one out too.
Let's take a look.
It is
I love a spell.
of Stars. It's a 5th level spell for druids, occultists. So this is also from Kibbles. sorcerer, and wizard.
Oh, Kibbles, you monster.
I didn't realize that this was also Kibbles until I saw a cultist, and I was like, oh, so there's more Kibbles stuff.
Could you shoot me this one real quick?
Yes. Sorry.
Or did you drop the?
For
did
those
drop
of you
chat?
on Twitch, I will pop it here, and I'm gonna pop it here as well. For those of you on YouTube, you can check the description of the video right now, and there'll be a link to Field of Stars.
Field of Stars. See, now I wish DM Car was here because I feel like this is
Yeah,
definitely
this is definitely. I sent her Vadi's Age of Stars video on like all the lore from the stars and Elden Ring, and I was like, "This is for you. You will enjoy it."
4d12, woo wee.
And it's radiant damage. Who's blocking that? Okay, the first one we've seen from him that's concentration too.
Yeah, up to a minute. So you cause 5 star-like motes of light to spring forth at points you can see within range. 60 feet of range, which is scary. Each mote of light sheds bright light in a 10-foot radius and dim light for another 10. If a creature moves within a 5-foot radius of a mote of light or ends their turn within 5 feet, it explodes in a... So it's a proximity mine of light.
I just realized that if you pair this up, like if you had a druid, not necessarily a BBEG, but if you had... for those of you that are new, BBEG is your big bad evil guy, like the big bad guy that your players are going to have to fight at the end of the game, or in the middle, or maybe they kill him in the first round. You have to come up with a new one. But if you have a druid bad guy, and he's like, "My little wisps, go," and he lays will-o-wisps next to these motes of light, so that they draw you in, or like maybe there's sirens or harpies that are singing their song like and it draws you in to the explosions. Like, oh, you could lay so many traps with this.
I got one even better for you. Enemy druid still, but the druid keeps a weapon of some weird, of probably of minor importance, but to tempt players, he keeps all of his whiffs of his Field of Stars in like little containers because he knows they're coming. And literally, as soon as they walk down the pathway that's considered brightly lit, it's just an explosion of stars going down.
Bro.
When you said his weapons, I was thinking in a recent episode of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, one of the hero characters, who's actually a good person, which is unusual in that universe. Usually the heroes are really crappy people. But one of the heroes has a magic sword that has it has a trap built into it that if you throw it down, like if you decide not to fight anymore, it floats up and like a beam of light comes out of it. So I was thinking like this druid has his sword and then like he's like, I guess I won't fight anymore. And like he throws it at the ground and just like Field of Stars blasts out of it at the players. And then he's like, ha ha ha, as he runs away. Like, I love this. Oh,
That's a really cool one.
Kibbles, you are killing it. And I realized
Now,
that he posted these like 3 years ago, but still, he's killing it.
For the duration of the spell, while you have any motes of light remaining as an action, you can rearrange the remaining mote. So you can't even just escape it.
As long as you stay in that 60
You could walk
feet,
into
man.
a room, but that also means the movement doesn't cause them to detonate, but that means you can also then stack them all in front of a door to prevent escape.
Brother in Christ, that is great.
Yeah.
Like, he sets up the 5, and then the players are like, we have to get out of here. He's going to kill us. And then he's like, And with a wave of his hand, they all just go around the players so they don't detonate, and just hang out there like ah.
That's scary.
This is kind of scary. Yeah. No, because imagine they're all grouped in like a little one. So here's my question. Within a 5-foot radius, if you got like one on either side of you, do you then take 8d12 damage?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
You're taking it per detonated moat? Yeah. No, that's a.
Oh, they
I
have
think
to
that's a
be
per
10
detonate.
feet away from each other. But if you're a large creature, that means you could get absolutely nailed.
Imagine Cassius fighting a dragon.
Oh, bro.
Okay.
You just surround the whole dragon. Oh my god.
Hear me out. The druid on the team, Field of Stars, boom, puts them out. The ranger comes in the opposite direction. There's no stipulation on Gale Strike as to what size it knocks people back. So this huge creature just charges up a Gale Strike. Ranger lets it go, hits this gigantic, humongous creature in the chest, like a Tarrasque, let's just say, for example, because that boy big. You hit that Tarrasque, bam, he starts sliding backwards. He's like, goes into the motes of light, just boom, as he slides backwards. Ah, this is amazing.
Whoa.
I don't think. I truly now understand why no person should have that much power. I fully get it now. And what you're trying to do there, don't.
Here's the thing though, like when you come up with things like that and you're like, that is actually so freaking cool and sick, and that would just like absolutely annihilate anyone you had. But also, are my players ever gonna put their one brain cell together to accomplish that? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
They might not, but you want to know who will? The DM can also utilize it because I gave it to him.
Me?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm gonna be out here slaying. I think I'm gonna slay every single time. I'm like, wow, here I go. I'm gonna kill all my party. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be like such a sick battle, and it's gonna be so hard. No, they are. Get rid of it so flippin' fast. And I'm like, what is the problem?
Yeah. And there's also like there's a huge amount of, as the DM, you're more worried about like, oh, I have to maintain a thought process for each of the creatures that I have out on the field. And like sometimes you forget about stuff. But it's not like the players as whatever 4+ generally together. Like once something bad happens to one of them, all of them panic individually and they stop working together. And like you even get to a point sometimes, like I just had a conversation with Valley of Ageria when she was over here for game night. It wasn't for D&D. I was like, when she was like, we did so many stupid things in our last session. Like everything we did was not right. We had all these plans worked up. We did all this great stuff. And it just all fell apart. And I was like, you want to know the part that really confused me? So they were approaching an island on a boat. And the bad guys knew they were coming. So they put up an ice storm in the way. And I looked at the players and I was like, what are you guys going to do? And they start arguing amongst each other like, oh no, like we're going to get hit by this spell. And I said to them outright, I was like, are you going to stop the boat? You could stop the boat before you hit the ice storm. Like I'm doing my best to be like, maybe this would be your best option, just not go in the ice storm. And not one of them was like, no, we won't stop the boat. They're like, oh, in character we're going to start arguing with one another what we're going to do. And I'm like, no one's going to tell the captain to stop the boat? No? And she was like, oh, we could have stopped the boat, and instead we just went into the ice storm. And I was like, yeah, I tried to help you. I tried to give you a big help there. What up, Fist? Oh, this is a great day. Fist is in here too.
What?
Okay, Fist, I want you to know that my original plan was to have not necessarily 3 campaigns going, but it just so happened that so many people were like, I want you to be my DM, that I was like, yo, I would love to have an A team and a B team and a C team and just run those games. And then occasionally you guys could all meet up. Fist, I would love it if you were in the B or C team. I would love it.
I would like to craft his character. Happily craft this character.
Also, since you're here and I can see that Grimjack is not in the chats, for like the first 2 years that we played, whenever you would call him during D&D, he would go, I can't let Fist know that I play D&D. And I'm like, Fist also wants to play D&D.
I loved no, but it is a part of the Dungeons and Dragons, being entered into that world. You do have to be low-key ashamed of it for at least the first little while you play, because to like a normal person at that time, it was a little bit shameful. That's like one of the nerdiest fucking things you could do.
Oh yeah. I think the first time I sat down and like really found out that I liked D&D, I was like, oh, I can't explain. This isn't dating profile worthy. I can't be like,
oh, mine. That's probably why I can't get a date.
I like long walks on the beach and rolling D20s. Like, now, mind you, the person who sees that and responds, keeper. But that's besides the point.
No, because let me tell you what. Now I put it on my dating apps, and people are like, "Oh, hell yeah!"
Oh, I'm sure now. Yeah, no. Nowadays, it's like 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Back in the day.
No, that was shameful.
Back in the day, you left that off. You mentioned it in small passing. Like I think like learning. I even say when the first game that Okami and I played in together. I think it was your first. Well, one of your first or second campaigns that you played in. The one that you and I were in. It was funny because at a certain point when I first got approached by it, it was almost kind of like getting approached to join a secret society. It's like, hey,
yeah, there's a little bit of that.
How do you feel about these? How do you feel about dice? I'm like, I like dice. It's like, yeah, you like multiple dice? I think I like multiple dice. You ever play this game called D&D? And I was like, oh. But you have to like lean in and whisper it. Like, you ever played like, oh, or like slide somebody like a D20?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And you just watch their reaction.
And you have to make sure it's like your prettiest dice you have.
Yeah.
And then you're like, roll it. Just try it out. And then they get like a 14 and you're like, oh, that's so good. You would be perfect.
Like, welcome to the... I just think of my first true let's see, look who's the prom queen. Never really sat down and played, so you would get my sleep. I love slicing. Oh, it was definitely like why we didn't start. It was D&D. I think if you ever get bored, anybody watching this now or here now, there's a movie out there. It is the most shameful anti-D&D movie ever, but it is hilarious because it will make you, at one point, people actually believe that people who play D&D were secretly joining cults. And you're joining the cult of dice. And the cult of dice is
you know who would love to hear if you were going to roll some dice? Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
Come here, Murmur. Come here.
Where's Murmur? Oh, Murmur.
Murmur, come here.
Murmur's exactly the way I'm going to interact everybody to my future campaigns.
What is
I'm gonna be like,
don't open the Windows Store. What are you doing? Murmur, come here. What are you doing?
He said, you hush.
Murmur would like to know, would you like to roll some dice? And it's in like your mother or your father's voice because he steals people's voices.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's the voice of your crush.
Oh no!
Oh, that my ex-boyfriend was the one who got me into Dungeons and Dragons. He
So
he was like,
jealous.
"You and your roommates seem like you would like this," and I'm like, "What are you talking about? We are not that nerdy. What are you saying?" Guess what? We are that nerdy, in fact.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
So
I've told this story before, but I had played Scion with Teth when Teth was in here earlier. He was like the first person that I ever had that like ran a game for me. We played Scion, and then a year or two after that, I think I played in one more game of regular D&D, and then like a year after that, Grimjack came over and he goes, "Hey," and it was me, Jack DT, and Piano Knox at my house, and he goes, "Hey, so I went and downloaded some books. We should play D&D." And we were like, "Okay." And he was like, "Because we're the right people to play this game." I'm like, that was it.
We're the right people, like you were the chosen ones.
Yeah. And I was like, I've always wanted to play D&D, but like never had the option. So I was like, I mean, okay. And then
Sure.
we just had this conversation the other day where he was like, "Oh, I thought we took a vote on who was going to be the DM." I went, "No. I started making my character. You poked me in the chest and said, 'No, you're the DM.'" That's how it was decided.
I got invited by a person to play D&D for the first time.
Hello,
by
Facus
accident.
Duracus,
While I was
the
drunk.
intergalactic cactus. That is a name.
Bacchus, Duracus, the intergalactic. Is there water in space as an intergalactic cactus?
Of course there. Wait, you don't need a water cactuses, I didn't think.
You gotta like dribble a bit of moisture on them every once in a
You
while.
just spit on them once or twice a month in space,
Don't
and
tell me
everything
you're
is
gonna
fine.
hop to a cactus.
I will
Thank you.
tattoo a cactus so they can live in outer space. Let Duracus live.
Oh my! I'm gonna make a highlight of Hawk
You will not hawk to a intergalactic cactus.
Oh god.
From Planet Nexus, we have H2O. Perfect. See, I don't even have to hawk a loogie on them. They live on a planet with water. That's just not this one.
I was thinking the only other way you could say that besides Hawk Tua is if any of you ever played Tales from the Borderlands, the character that Chris Hardwick plays gets paralyzed, so his eyes are open for like 3 weeks before you can unparalyze him. And when the paralysis comes off, the first thing that he screams is, "Spit in my eyes! They're so dry!"
Oh my god!
If intergalactic cactuses and mermaids go well.
I would say probably he's got some kind of sirens.
But before I got lost in it, I was gonna say though, the first time I played D&D, I did. First time I got played D&D, the person who approached me about it, I was at a party, and we were all drinking, and they go, "Hey man, you ever played with dice like that?" And I was just like, "Huh?" They're like, Dungeons and Dragons. I know it's nerdy, and I was like, "Oh no, I know about it." He's like, "But have you ever played it?" I was like, "No, I don't really know much more about it." He's like, "Oh, come on in." Come on in. And that was the first time I played a bard. And it was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun.
I don't think I've asked this question here, but do you all subscribe to the belief that whatever your very first character is in Dungeons and Dragons is just who you truly are as a person, even though you try so very hard to make them like little crazier and wacky and not like anything you would ever do, like you look back and you're like, oh, that was just me.
Oh, I absolutely believe that I have a theory that I'm one of, depending on the day, I'm one of three classes. I'm either in bard mode, druid mode, or I find myself to just be an occasional monk in the fact that I just need to like use my hands for everything. Like if I feel like in a handy day, I'm just like I'm feeling very monkish. And then every once in a while I'll like drop something and catch it real quick and I'll be like, oh,
monk mode activated.
Look at that high dexterity I've got here. And other days I wake up and I can barely hold a fork. So it's just like,
right. And those are your bard days.
Oh, absolutely. Those are definitely the bard days. Those are.
Clubs has a similar saying where he had explained like your first character when you play a tabletop role-playing game is you plus. And no one more than Grimjack exemplifies that. Like we were like 2 years into the campaign, he was like, "Oh my god, he's right. I'm just playing me." And everyone else at the table is like, "Yeah, we know."
Yeah, I played a ranger, which I'm absolutely just like a ranger in person. And I was playing a halfling, and like, did I have a tragic backstory? Not really. My backstory was I was like low-key married off, but I was secretly a lesbian.
I like this backstory. This is fun.
No, but here's the cool thing. I was straight at the time, and now I'm not.
Your character unlocked the rest of your character sheet.
Unlocked my queerness, and so when like my secret lesbianism in my D&D character was just secretly me before I even knew it. And so that's why I like really am like, whatever your first D&D character is, that is like just straight up you, man.
So you were hiding in the closet, you opened the door crack, and then you made a paper airplane out of your character sheet and just threw it out the crack.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's hilarious. I'm just imagining the closet open, it was nothing but dice.
And I said,
but
soon.
Oh, well, let's see.
Yeah, it was absolutely the plot of any relation. Oh, I had a deadbeat husband, and he didn't do anything, and I was just out here, like working the jobs and hunting and running a tavern and all that kind of shit. And I was like, I hate my husband. Ew, he's so gross. And then I went out into the world, and I was like, oh, women are cool. And then all my like party members were like, Miss Girl, did you ever think that you're gay? And I was like, no, I am not. What are you talking about? I have a husband back home. And everyone's like, you dumb bitch. You can't stop staring at titties.
Closet made out of glass.
The closet was made out of glass. I just had to go into the real world to, look through the glass. And then my husband in that campaign died. So it was cool. So
did he die of natural causes?
No, actually, he fake died, came back as a Rakshasa, and then I, for real, found him dead. So,
does that mean,
how you're like, then he died again.
Does that mean technically you're into bestiality, I guess?
No, he, found me at a tavern and was like, hey, and I was like, hi, how did you find me here? And he was like, I've been looking for you. You haven't been home in 3 months. Can we talk outside? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. And then I went outside without the rest of my party members, and then he turned into a Rakshasa and almost fucking wrecked me.
In our campaign, we have a bard who never ever wanted to fight anybody. And her whole thing was the spell that she would cast 99% of the time in any situation was sleep. Didn't matter how many people were in the room, what was going to happen. Like, I'm going to put these people to sleep, and then we can talk to them when they wake up. That's just what I'm going to do. And one of the party that she went with, it wasn't our group because they've adopted so many people. She was out with a different, like, raiding party-ish. And one of the people didn't come back. So she was like, I'm going to go by myself to figure out what happened. And she's like, oh, the body's gone. Why is the body gone? Where did the body go? Like, what's happening? And then she got attacked by an assassin bargist that almost killed her. And the next combat she got into, she was like, I just want you guys. She like looks around at everyone else in the party and she goes, I just want you guys to know that I'm starting to realize that maybe sometimes, like, I can't talk my way out of every situation. Maybe sometimes I do have to hurt people.
Yeah,
and everyone was like, wow, good for you. That's amazing. And then they're like, you're going to cast sleep on this guy? And she goes, no, shatter. And we were like, oh!
Character development!
Yeah.
It was good
Love
to
that
see
for
you,
her.
Cactus.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Cactus. And thank you, everybody, for being here, as always.
Thanks for joining the chat.
We love a chat.
We love the chat. We love having you guys here. And hopefully you guys will come back every Monday.
Yep.
We'll be here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Come and join us. That being said, since it is near the end of the stream, at the end of every DM Roundtable, us DMs, so there's me, I'm Kage, there's DM Shin in here right now. There's also DM Ann or Dungeon Mommy.
Hey, yo.
And then there's two more DMs who join us sometimes. So there's DM Bacon. I have no idea when he's coming back, but DM Lakara is usually here every week as well. We have a vote on what the next episode is going to be about. So it could be about classes or subclasses or races or stuff like that. Actually, I will put in the chat all the choices because there is a community option. So one of the votes for what we do the next week is up for you guys to decide. So you run the poll for 24 hours after the stream's over. I will put the options in both chats so you guys can see them. But feel free to put in a vote for it to see what we talk about next week. Beyond just having fun like we normally do.
But Arvin, to answer your question, there are spells that poof people in various ways. You can poof them down to molecules like a disintegrate. You can dimension door them out to 500 feet away.
You can banish them into another plane of existence.
Banishment is great.
I love using banishment so much.
Oh, yeah. If you're really mean, you can sometimes, in high level, you can planar gate somebody and just throw everybody in a whole other plane.
Hell yeah.
Because, every once in a while, you just got to take everybody out, all simultaneously. But there are, and again, I think also if you get hit by a high enough level spelled fireball, you're not going to have a lot left. You're going to... Oh, and then, of course, you can get shot by a beholder.
Yep.
Specifically, an undead beholder. Because I have been disintegrated by an undead beholder, only to be resurrected as its thrall, only to then kill myself and resurrect myself as a stone statue.
Oh my god, that sounds so complicated.
I'll tell it quick. I was playing a campaign. Clubs was running it. I was playing with two other people. And my character started off as a warlock. His name was Orgo. And so and at the time, he was a warlock. He worked with, I forget what patron I took, but I just named him Orgo the Black. Just a very simple name, because he's like really dark, and we work for Strahd in this campaign. Our mission was to find out about this cult. We accidentally found the cult. One of my team members, we freed a child who later on turned one of my team members into a vampire because they were actually supposed to be trapped and were actually meant to be in there, but because we thought it was a child and did the right thing, we released it. That child proceeded to backstab my teammate and then turn him into a vampire, only to get disintegrated by the Undead Beholder. We sped up the process of the Undead Beholder because one of my teammates, who was like a Hulk-like character, yeeted a cultist who was chanting into the well of flames that they were summoning, which we didn't think was... We thought cutting off the chant was going to slow it down, but throwing the body in sped it up. So he got turned into an undead hulking behemoth. I got turned into a ghost, brought back simply, and later learned that I was brought back by the creature that killed me, and that I was working for them. And we ended up finding, we've ended up plane swapping, and then ended up on the moon, blowing it up. But before that, as a ghost, I got tired of working for the bad guy. I threw myself onto a contraption that we found that took me from ghost form and shoved my soul into a stone body. And I stopped being a warlock. So I went from, I think, like a undying... I went to, I think it was just like a hexblade. And I went to an undying warlock. And then I got turned into a stone tabaxi monk, who one of my players could say a trigger word and turn me into an avatar form that essentially erased my ability to use the character for the time being, but sent me into an astral plane where I spoke to the actual person who also shared that name. Mind you, we also had to blow up the moon, which was fun.
Done some stuff.
Yeah, and I think we ended that... I don't even know what happened. No, that campaign ended because our person who was an undead behemoth, we ended up having to kill him because he started the end of the universe. And he came back as a samurai paladin tabaxi. And then he found blood armor that essentially made him half the vampire armor was for my newly turned vampire teammate. He found another armor that sunk into his skin and essentially bound him into a suit of like super armor.
Whoa.
And that's where we ended. We found that on the spaceship that we had to run from when we blew up the moon. And turns out that's how vampires were actually created. By this proto-ooze. It was craziness. Madness.
Well,
Clubs is into some stuff.
We do some shit. Oh yeah, chaos.
I just flirt with my players. That's...
I make my players' lives as fun and complicated as humanly possible.
I flirt with them, and then last time I played as a realtor, and they said, we need to find a home. And I said, ooh, what kind of home? And they said, a cave.
Oh,
and I said, okay.
It's gonna come up, but I hope so. Hold on.
I'm just imagining you being like, you see this cave here, like you slap the side of the cave, like it's the best cave you've got.
Yeah. And very luckily, like where they are, the kingdom, like the castle backs up into like a mountain range. And so like there are caves, but now I have to figure out what kind of cave I'm gonna give them. Also, how do you describe a cave? Also, how much do you charge for a cave?
When your players ask you questions like, how much would it cost me to do such and such? I hate those questions.
I literally, the amount I need to, along with my like player quotes that I have, I need to just have a running tab of when I Google how much does blank and blank cost Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. So you said realtor. There is a supplement by Oliver Clegg. I don't know what his like funny name is, but his actual name is Oliver Clegg, called the Book of 9 to 5, and it's subclasses that are based on jobs. So like artificer is there's a plumber. There's
Yeah.
a butcher for the barbarian. There's a news hound and the Pied Piper, and an infernal attorney for bards.
I need the infernal attorney. I need that.
That's great. I would love to run a campaign that is just essentially like, you know, real life here on Earth. Hello, like we're all just like buddies who I guess met in college. I don't know. And everyone, who are you? And they're like, oh, hey, I'm Susan. And I work as like an attorney. And then here comes Garrett, and he is a comp sci.
I like that.
Yeah, I feel like I need that. And then, you know, here's the thing. I would let them play as like this very normal life thing for like, you know, 6 months. It would be like a reality TV show moment, essentially. But then just like 6 to 9 months in, just like have a full-blown apocalypse happen. Now they've gotten settled with just the mundanity of life. And now they have to, you know, survive a giant insect apocalypse.
Can I play?
Yeah. As soon as I get the mechanics down, I'll invite you.
Yes. I'm in.
One of Oliver
But I also see...
I was going to say, one of Oliver Clegg's other books is the Book of Weird Magic, and it's just a bunch of really stupid subclasses. And my favorite one is, one of the ones for fighters is, my arms are tentacles. That's what the subclass is called. And the flavor text for it is, some days you wake up and your arms are tentacles. It's not the life you wanted, but it's the life you have. Better make the best of it.
Iron Fist, also thank you for saying I cast passive aggressive. That's exactly the energy that I want.
But I also see that it looks like we got 2 people who just found D&D buddies.
Hey, yo!
Heck yeah! Ooh, I think it's in the repository, Fist. I have a boxer guy, I think. Let me find him.
I would absolutely let you play a British pug boxer. Absolutely.
Not a barbarian.
You could take Tavern Brawler. It's an actual feat, Fist.
Yep.
And it literally says, you're just good at throwing hands in a bar fight. So we will absolutely. I saw one, it was a druid class, and it could only wild shape into bear arm. So like when you wild shape, you would only form the arms of the creature. And I was like, I need this. I'll transform into... If I could find a bear class that's a race, I'd do it.
Come on. There's definitely a boxer in here. I just have to find them.
Pow pow. Am I right?
Let's see what... Oh, my.
One day I will
Colossus.
find them. Colossus is the one that I thought like Grimjack would take at some point. Because it's just, I big. I stand in doorway. I big.
That's me in real life. I want my shoulders to reach as far as your typical doorway.
I only want to walk sideways through doorways.
You want like Omega shoulder pads.
Oh yeah. No, I mean my shoulders are already super fucking wide anyway, but like I've been going to the gym for 1.5 years now, so like they're even wider, and I am getting stronger by the moment. And so I want huge fucking shoulders. I want arms that will make any man within 30 feet think twice before speaking to me.
Your character will have a natural male intimidation?
No, me in real life.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's your skill.
Yeah. My skill in real life is
Emasculation.
emasculation.
Yeah, but be careful because it may have the reverse effect on certain individuals.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Oh my gosh, I have I deadlifted a guy before, and then he immediately turned red and got really bashful and was like, can I have your number?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If you pick me up at a party and deadlift me, I think we're legally married now.
No, I have done that. Is my new party trick. I've done it to at least 15 people now. And if you weigh under 225 pounds, I can deadlift you.
Hey, why did I lose weight? I gotta go bulk up, guys. I'll PRP.
Carry me!
Wait, now I gotta go bulk. I gotta put like a whole ton of weight back on, guys. BRB. I can't be deadlifted. Not because I have some kind of frail reason. It's just I know once it happens, it's gonna be like, this is my life now.
Emasculating happening currently, and we're not even in the same state.
No, I wouldn't even feel emasculated. I'd be like, this is my life now.
I need to be lifted every day.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna activate something I didn't know I had.
I think that is what I'm doing, and it is a service.
Listen, you're doing the work.
I am putting in the work. I should take it off on my taxes.
For every person, you have them sign a W-2.
Yeah.
Person rules, you gotta walk around. I gotta walk behind her, hold her. Everything in the pocket is now in my pockets. I only wear cargo shorts. What? That's what happens. After that, you have to sell all your jeans and only buy cargo pants and shorts.
I did very recently buy a few pairs of cargo shorts.
It's official. You're ready.
Yeah.
You're ready. I gotta get you a headband and you're ready.
I mean, if I didn't look like I do not have like a sleeper build. I look like I am strong, or else I would do things where I would like go up to like people at bars and strangers and whatnot and be like, yo, I bet you $10 that I can lift you, or I bet you if I can lift you, you buy me a drink or something like that. But I do look like I could lift someone twice my size.
You look strong.
I love cargo shorts. I'm wearing cargo shorts
now. They are the shit.
Yeah, no, they are. They are. Listen, you know what it's like to have the option of multiple pockets? It's like, let me put my phone in this one and my gum in this tiny one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just recently bought a bunch of men's shorts because women's shorts, they just don't cut it anymore. We're dipping our toe into the larger pockets and the longer style shorts anyway. So we're working our way there in the women's clothing, but I said, you know what? You're not going fast enough for me. I'm going to hop over to the men's side, give me a few pairs of cargo shorts, and we going to be rocking.
Welcome.
Thank you. I feel very comforted here. I feel very I feel like I can use the word utility all the time.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You at least have a box of screwdrivers somewhere in your house.
Yeah.
Jerry, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you so much for dropping by, Jerry.
Yeah. It's great. I feel like the next thing I need. Oh, see you later, Cherry. It was nice seeing you too.
Yeah, feel free to drop by next week too, or come bother us any other time on any of the videos.
Yeah, please come by at all times. We are happy to have you.
I feel like the next way to really up my cargo shorts game is I need some carabiners.
Ooh.
No, because then you got stuff in the pockets and you got shit hanging off the sides. Like,
Ooh.
whew.
Listen, now you're entering dangerous territory. Carabiner. I don't know. We can. Hey, listen. Now you're entering
the queer
Elder
woman
Power.
in me, like the queer woman in me says, you need a carabiner. How else are they gonna know? Definitely not the cargo shorts. Definitely not the rainbow bracelet. Definitely not.
No, it's the carabiner.
You need plaid.
It's a
just put something plaid on. Oh, and talk about rugby at least twice.
Yeah, I think if you bring up, if you're like, yeah, I played a pickup game of rugby, they'll be like, wait a second.
A lot of rugby thirst traps on my TikTok lately.
See, it's happening slowly.
They knew I bought cargo shorts. They knew.
It may or may not have triggered a silent alarm when you like swiped your card for those cargo shorts.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was like, wait. Cargo shorts added to the inventory. Hit the button.
Release the rugby players.
The moment you lock yourself into a rugby game or like watch more than 30 seconds of a clip, you're gonna be like, damn it, no, and they're gonna start flooding you with everything else. You're gonna get like sales on carabiners.
Oh yeah, it's all just one big circle, you know.
Listen, so it's a perfect circle, all right.
Absolutely.
I said the gay button. I mean,
it's like an easy button, but not. Just jam it.
I
Gay!
did.
No, it's Chang from Community. You hit the button and it just goes, ha! Gay!
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why. I just more imagine it being like you hit a button and like those fake robotic arms and like old cartoons come out, just like slaps a pride flag on your chest, like gives you like a handbag full of like new tools and everything you'll ever need. It's like, cool, welcome.
You're one of us now.
That's the future. Yeah.
When you come, like, no matter what sexuality you come out as, like, as soon as you're like, okay, I am part of the community, you get season 5 of RuPaul's Drag Race. You get a little pride flag pin, and then you get a carabiner, and then like a little picture of a frog.
Can I have the seasons of Drag Race just for shits and gigs?
Can you have the what?
Can I have all the seasons of Drag Race?
Yeah. You mean all like fucking 20 or whatever they got going on?
I've only watched
that show has been on forever.
I've watched a number of seasons. Right now, they're doing another All-Star. They're doing another All-Stars right now.
Who do you think is gonna win?
I mean, it's gotta be my girl Nigeria. That's my girl. That's.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, Arvin. They do have to drop a load of confetti on top of you. I forgot that part.
Oh yeah. Ask her, what do you call those people with braces to see how... Same thing we call a danger trap. You gotta be ready. You gotta be ready. All right. Be prepared. Be prepared. You never know when you might get hit with the grater.
I feel like I need more queer music now that the chat is on this, but I don't think I've ever written queer as a reason to use it. What about gay? Nope.
Yay.
Happy? No.
You know we don't do body's choice.
We don't believe in happiness here. We only believe in gay.
This whole community is gay and chaos. It's just not gay chaos. It's just gay and chaos.
If you have to have an all-star season, so it's too many. I agree. I feel like, and they've had like a handful of all-star seasons too. It's not like, this is the second one. I think this is like the 6th or
it's
like
the 6th or 7th,
something.
yeah.
Hold on.
And it's the 6th or 7th US one. Because there's also Drag Race UK and Australia now too.
Whew.
Yeah.
Is it all by RuPaul?
Atomic.
Um,
My Fruity Awakening was Miss Scarlet from Clue. Wow.
I think so. I think. Let's look up the Wikipedia. Real quick. Okay. There are 17 seasons.
Too many seasons. I'm not saying that it should stop. I appreciate what it does, what it does. But that's a lot of seasons.
Oh,
that's like
yeah.
That's like America's Top Model level of seasons. Like you're
and I don't even know if these are all-star.
Oh yeah, Survivor did that. Big Brother.
Oh God, theirs are. Let's see.
There's 9 seasons of All Stars. It's saying.
Yeah, so 17 normal seasons, and then 9 series seasons with the All Stars.
It's too many.
No, what are you talking about? Not for Drag Race.
I really thought that I just looked up who Miss Scarlet from Clue was, and I really thought it was Susan Sarandon for a second, and then I was like, no, this is before. She was probably a child then. It is Leslie Ann Warren.
Oh, Miss Scarlet from
the prototype
Clue.
Sorry, not Susan Sarandon. Why did I say that? Sigourney Weaver. Oh no, actually, she was an adult then.
No, more Susan Sarandon than Sigourney. I think Leslie Ann Warren gives me more Susan Sarandon than Sigourney Weaver vibes, even though I love both of them. Sigourney Weaver was one of my first crushes as a kid.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw as a kid. I was forced to watch a lot of horror movies that weren't meant for children. My mom on one side would get mad that my grandparents would show me one horror movie, and then she would show me another horror movie that was equally as bad, which would upset the other side of my grandparents, who would then show me. But my grandmother's favorite movie was Alien and Aliens. And I watched Alien, and I was like, what the hell? And then I watched Aliens, and I was scared shitless. So much so that at like 5 years old, I was afraid to At 5 years old, when I saw it, I was like, I don't trust going in the bathroom. I had to flush the toilet 3 times to make sure there was nothing gonna pop up and chest burst through me. That's how scared I was. But as I got older, I watched it. Then I saw Ghostbusters and Alien, and I saw Sigourney Weaver twice. And I was like,
I get it.
She's a tough
one.
I
like all right.
I was like,
controversial opinion. I didn't think Sigourney Weaver was hot until Holes.
Holes did it for you?
Yeah.
Bro, I love that.
It's not controversial. Sure, it's not controversial, but I'm trying to figure out what part of Sigourney Weaver from.
I'm pretty sure she had painted nails in that movie.
Bro, is painted nails what's gotcha?
Yep. Painted nails when a girl blows hair out of their face and flower dresses. That's all I need. Oh yeah, I gotta see something I'm not supposed to.
She sees the things people just learned.
Yeah, you guys are like, you came here to talk about Kibbles and smells, and it became our celebrity crushes. Oh no,
bro.
This one is also probably going to end up being the longest stream of all of them.
Yeah.
Oops.
No, it's okay. I think
all content.
I think the good news is, I think the good news is, you know what you should do? You should have it cut where we originally thought we said goodbye, and then for all the pain. by the way, anybody here who wants to like and subscribe, comment, make sure you guys come back because we'd love to have you, as we said before. And if you are interested after a while, there is a Patreon and Twitch subscription and Twitch options. It's going to have extended stuff, access to Okami's repository and all the other cool things he has in there, and special episodes once we actually get around to making them.
It's true. It's all true.
So be
Hell
prepared.
yeah.
It keeps Okami from drinking LaCroix. And, you know, he just needs his real soda. I need to be able to send him a 26 pack of RC Cola.
Oh, I haven't had an RC Cola in so long.
And you don't need it.
I'm
It's okay,
Sam's
Arvin.
Cola guy. And Dr. Thunder. But I will say, there's a spell on Dr. Thunder. It will make your poop sticky.
After hours muse with the DM's hot Stevie talk. Oh,
I said our after hours show is going to be the log cabin. We're all in robes, and we're just like sitting behind a desk having steamy talk. We'll talk about what
I will only do it if I'm allowed a small pool of warm water to keep my feet in while in my bathrobe.
I gotta buy a bathrobe.
I'm gonna get my custom made.
And then we'll all sit there and we'll say, which class do you think is the hottest?
Yeah, I knew it was gonna go there. I was gonna be like,
Oh, yeah.
ooh, what D&D races are you into?
What background would fuck the best?
Definitely a water ganassi.
That's not a background.
It's got to be the commoner. It has to be the commoner. The commoner
Oh, yeah,
all the way.
It's a
All the
commoner
way.
water ganassi. It's a commoner. It's definitely a commoner. It's 100% a commoner who's just like, I mean, I'm really not that special.
I'm just a dude, man. I'm just a dude. I like
But
dudes.
you know what that dude does do?
You know, I just exist. Does things.
He does that thing, and he does it good.
You unlock a special ability, Hakua.
Sakara is gonna watch this pod later and be like, "What the hell happened when I left?"
What did I do? Nothing. Oh yeah. Dark elf cover and hot dragon. Now you're thinking like a real D&D player.
This is, guys, we need to just save some of the spiciness for special content.
Yeah.
Oh, well, once you secure the hot liquid to dip a feet in where you guys live, I'll travel over there and I'll dip a toe.
See, okay, now
Hell
we gotta
yeah.
get a really large pool and a desk. A desk
then-
that sits
but
like
I'm-
5 people.
Yeah, I'm also not coming unless you get me a robe.
Oh yeah, no. We have to get monogram robes with our names on the back.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yours is just gonna say mommy.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm gonna come home and they'll be like, "How was New York?" And I'll be like, "I dipped my toe in a pool, a hot water pool, and I have this robe that says mommy on it." And they'll be like, "Oh, wow."
And now you have to wear it every time you DM.
Oh my god, don't tell my players that, because they would actually be like, that is the best thing ever, and we're doing it. I already have, so we went to the Kansas City Comic-Con, and we, like, not as many people participated as I would have liked, but I had 3 participants, so I had a shirt that says, I am the Dungeon Master, and then 3 of my players had shirts that say, I'm sleeping with the Dungeon Master.
I'm crying.
So it, like, at one point we were all walking around and it looked like I had 3 different people sleeping with me. But then the worst part was, like, we eventually separated and it was me and my gay best friend. And they're like, oh my god, that's so cute. And I'm like, oh my god. Wait. This is not what I wanted.
One of the nerd stores over here, I had gone in when I was dating this girl way back when, and like most of the people in there, you're more typical fare for nerds that like don't wash themselves and I've never seen a girl. So when I brought a girl in there, they were like,
oh yeah,
and I was like,
foaming
all right,
at the mouth.
can I? So I went a couple years ago with two of my female friends, and I was like, when we walk in the door, can you just hold my hands? And when we went in the door, the whole store got silent and just stared at us. It was the best thing I've ever seen. I've never seen that like movie moment where everyone goes silent at once.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's for their safety, man.
Yeah, it is. It's true.
It's for the safety of mankind. Emily went into one of the very few nerd stores we have like that here in the Midwest, and she was like, "Oh my God!" Like he was foaming at the mouth, and I said, "Why did you go unaccompanied, you idiot? Like, you gotta go like a group of people."
I started. I was telling Okami at the beginning of the stream. I recently got invited to start a new campaign where I'm going to be a player, which I'm excited to be. I have a lot of first time players in the group. And like kind of relative, so I get to be the old man at the table for the first time.
Ooh, that'll be so fun.
Yeah, I get to be the old man at the table, and kind of like the character I'm playing as an older person, even though he's still like a level 1 adventurer. He's a bit older, and he's just kind of like, oh, well. But he's a Gensai. So it's like at the same time, age is really relative, and I'm made of stones. They were like, oh. So what's your skin color? I was like, dirt. They're like, what are your eyes? Rocks. What's your hair color? Dirt and rocks.
Dirt and rocks, but together.
Yeah, I'm like, it's a nice weave of dirt and rocks. And
I
like,
have not played Ooblets, but I know of Ooblets.
I've seen someone play Ooblets.
Yeah. 3 hours? That's too far. 3 hours was too far.
That is a crime against nerd humanity.
Yeah. Tell them to make a satellite location right now.
Yeah, right now, or I'm gonna call your mom.
But you are the mom. You're Dan Mommy.
Mommy will go to their store and make them foam.
Yeah.
Now we really got to the after hours. That statement was wild. Okay. Mom will go to the store and make them foam. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Welcome to DM Roundtable, everybody. Welcome to DM Roundtable, everybody, where a bunch of DMs talk about DMing D&D and then after hours nonsense and content. Well,
yeah.
Anytime I go to the car, you can carry anything. I wish I have to. I don't know if that would be safe because I feel like some of the people I may go with, I'd have to beat them with the stick.
Yeah. I'm sure Goblin Slayer is still here somewhere. Yes, you would need to beat him with the stick. Yes.
Oh no, one that it. I'd have to break the stick. I will have to break the stick if that's the case. Granted, not on you, Okami, because you're not a degenerate.
Nope.
You're not a degenerate.
I'm the only one that makes me so angry.
You're sorry, you can't be classified as a degen. Apparently, I'm a degen, even though I feel like the least. No. We're about equally degenerate, I'd say, Okami.
Yeah, I'm definitely one. He just won't give me the degenerate stuff. So for those of you who are trying to, so Grimjack, way back when, he used to buy people porn games, and he wouldn't tell them about it. He just sent a whole bunch of people porn games, and I was like,
What?
listen,
Yeah.
the game that you sent people is a game I would actually play, because in addition to it being a porn game, like, it's also a tactical RPG, and it's
What?
also a
Yeah.
shmup. That is,
Yeah.
those are things I love. Why can I not have it? And he's like,
It's Final Fantasy Tactics meets Gradius meets porno.
What the
and he
hell
goes, I
is
sent it to
this?
the degenerates, and you're not one of them. And I was like, but I am. But
see, I didn't know that at the time. I just got a message out of nowhere that said, check your email. And I checked my email, and I was like, what is this? I didn't know anything about it, so I installed it, and I booted it up.
I want to know how much this game cost.
Oh, I'm sure it's cheap now. It was kickstarted, so it was sort of expensive after a while, but I'm sure it's cheap now.
I played just enough of it to be like,
That's what it is.
this is this game. And I got to the tactical because I got to the tactical RPG parts, like, oh, this is fun. I got to like the shooting parts, like, this is fun. And it was like mini game. I was like, oh, dope, a mini. Oh.
Fist, do you have this? You'd also love it.
No, Fist can't. Fist.
He also loves. I don't know if you like shmups though. I know you like tactical RPGs. I don't know if you're into shmups.
Gotta tell this halfling oh my goodness. Tell this halfling I hate it here. I hate it here. But you don't hate it here, folks, so you're still here, so
It's true. It's true.
I love it here. I'm having a great time.
No, it's always a good time.
Yeah,
we're glad you
having
could
a good
join us.
time. Yeah, we're happy you could come in, even if it's not the beginning. We don't care. Just show up.
Yeah.
That's all I could do.
That's all we need.
I really wish I didn't have a real job.
Listen, keep it as long. Listen, keep it. Because,
yeah.
But as soon as we get Okami to those high patron numbers, you know what I mean, and we're all salaried employees, then we can all just quit our regular jobs.
Absolutely. Well, see, I feel like Okami, you should collab with me and Emily, because I don't remember if I told you this or not, but we did release the first 2 episodes of our podcast.
I didn't see the second one yet. Oh, okay. So there's a thing about me, but if it's a YouTube video and it's longer than 20 minutes, it goes on the watch later list. And it takes me forever to get to. But eventually,
I feel that.
In the middle of the night, one night, I'm going to be like, yo, I watched your video. It may be 9 months from now. But from then on, I will keep up with it.
No. I sent you a video in 2021. You messaged me in 2023 like that video was hilarious. I was like, what video? What video are you talking about? And you're like, oh, you sent this to me like, oh God, like over a year ago. And I was like, I don't even remember what I sent.
Oh my God.
He watches, but the thing about it is, he watches it, the whole thing. So you get that full viewership.
I love that.
It'll just take a while to get there.
It's okay. We're planning on also being famous, so we'll just do a few collabs, and we'll all just be famous on the internet together.
I just want to be famous as a co-host for everything. I want nothing to I release content, like I said, every 6 months or when a groundhog shows up. So
I've been trying to catch up with Joe Katz, like the last campaign that he ran before he quit YouTube, and on like episode 14 or something, somebody left a comment that was like, hey, so I just started a campaign and we've been putting up videos, but nobody's watching them. Do you have any tips for like how to get a ton of people in at the beginning? And I was like, And all these other people in the comments were being so mean, and I was like, this is like a kid that doesn't understand that you won't be famous immediately. Like, the chances
Aw.
of that happening are so slim. He was like, it's so disheartening that no one wants to come hang out. And I'm like, I feel you, brother,
Aw.
but you're going to have to get used to that.
Yeah, it's just kind of like how it be. Like, all of the views that I have on these 2 measly videos are just from my friends.
Yeah, but you got to start
Well.
somewhere.
Yeah. Like,
You
we're
can be our pro troll. Please do. Please do, Fist. Be the troll.
Yes.
Because even if, like, it's the same thing with, like, they hid dislikes on YouTube videos, it's still engagement, so it still pushes you in the algorithm.
Fist, I will make sure I have plenty of things that will make you just go, why? I will load the cannon. Don't worry. I will load the cannon with everything you need to sound off.
I'm also
As
very
our pro
happy,
troll.
Arvin, that you said that you were happy you clicked this video.
We're happy you clicked it.
Yeah.
we're having a good time.
Yeah. Yay.
You too can get deadlift by DM.
Mommy can carry
you-
you too.
Mommy will carry everyone. Don't worry, my shoulders are big enough for everyone to get on.
Strong. She's strong. DM mommy is strong.
I
Hey,
am
we need-
super strong.
She can
Strong,
carry
okay,
all
that-
the minis at once, even more than
That's
I can.
great.
Yeah.
That's your dream. If you had 17 hands, Okami, you would literally go insane with minis. I'm actually glad you were born human and not an octopus. Because you'd be a menace. I want you to know that.
Listen,
You would probably
Fist.
buy nothing but minis and dice.
Oh, 100%. If
You
I
do that now.
If I do get access to the closet that I thought I was gonna get, so I bought all the stuff for my new career that now has nowhere to go, like that whole closet will be filled immediately with stuff.
Slay.
I'm ready. Look at
Talk
that.
slowly about that triceps. Honestly, my triceps are insane. Every single every single Monday, I focus specifically on triceps. I do almost nothing else on Mondays. I only do triceps. So they're fucking insane.
I love it. I just,
What's happening?
I heard grunting.
I don't
I was
know what's
flexing.
going on.
You can't not make noises.
I actually can make no noises when I
Nope.
flex. It's
No,
it's
it's
a
not
skill
happening.
you learn at the gym when you go for that long.
It is
They
true.
teach you how to flex without going.
No, I don't believe you. Mm-mm.
It's like doing that reminded me of what are they, the thwomps from Mario? There where they go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Swamp block? Hell yeah. Sometimes I make that face when I flex too.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
That's cool. That's cool.
Sounds like you're taking a fat shit.
I've
That's
done enough
what
of those
happened.
today. I don't want any more. Please, I'm tired. None of you have added me on Discord yet, but or come to the Discord.
I literally thought you were talking about me, and I was like,
No,
good sir.
that's where we talk. My tag is Porcelain Punisher for a reason.
It's true. You are still the Porcelain Punisher. When we worked together, we knew we were starting our day because one of us would message the other and be like, "Is it time?" And be like, "Yep, man, I'm already in
Already there.
I'm already in the bathroom." Like, I'm already here, man. Just
We out
How you
here
doing?
punishing porcelain and shit.
Mhm.
The man is the Punisher of porcelain.
I think Fist gave me that title. Come to think of it.
I believe that. I wholeheartedly believe that.
That definitely sounds
Wow.
like a Fistism.
A fistism.
Fistism. Shut up. Oh my god. Oh.
Oh,
You
fistism.
did. You're my sire. I came out of your butt.
Bruh.
I'm crying. He said, "Don't let the artist get a hold of that tidbit." Listen,
I'll take any and
Art.
all fan art at this point. Thank you. As long as it's not this. I think I said this in a previous DM roundtable. For some reason, this also came up. But because of my icons have always been like some variation of Yugo the Wolf
Oh, God.
from Bloody Roar. Like there was a long time where everyone who came to comment on my videos was like, "What other furry stuff you're into?" And I'd be like, "But I'm not a furry." And they would always comment after that, "Are you sure?" "I'm pretty sure you are." "No, I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Oh.
I just like boxing and werewolves."
Just like
That's fair.
boxing and werewolves.
Doesn't mean I wanna bend it over, right? I just wanna
I
punch.
mean- Sure.
listen. Folks. Whatever strokes the boat.
Damn you, Goblin Slayer!
Are you sure? Are you? I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I'll be very fair.
LOL.
I demand you make me look like the sugar head.
Oh my! Why Sugar Man? Of all people.
I hate it here.
Those of you who don't know who the Sugar Man is.
I don't know who the Sugar Man is.
Post a picture of good old Sugar Man. all his mighty arms. Look at that thing.
This is Sugar
Look
Man.
at
Wow.
that is.
Well, you could start by taking martial archetype. My arms are tentacles. You'd at least get 4 arms by the end.
I mean, I don't like him almost at all.
Good.
But
Good start.
I see potentially where someone might be like, but I actually don't like him.
To be honest, you could use this action figure as a mini. Like this is a good like devil
This is the
creature.
BB.
I feel like he
BBG.
worked for a beholder, and the beholder was just like, "Yo, you want to look more like me?"
Haven't you just randomly had a figure of this?
His tongue is...
I am crying. I had a action figure die, and I didn't know who he was. I was 7.
He is a man that I don't like.
Ain't got tentacle tongue? Yeah, no, that guy.
No, so like, like everyone can move their tongue, I guess, but like, can he utilize this tongue as almost a arm?
Yep. It also
Don't
stretches.
like that even more. I think this might go on my list of least favorite thing.
I think he
Mommy no likey.
I think wasn't he was in the X-Men, wasn't he in the original X-Men cartoon like once? Or was it one of the games? Oh, he was in X-Men Legends.
Yeah.
He has like a cutscene where he licks someone from across the stage and you're just like, don't do that. No.
Yeah.
No touchy, please.
Like, sir, I need you to stay 35 miles away from me and anyone I know. Not even, just no. Please don't.
No.
Fist, there are so many characters that would make really great D&D characters, like just creatures that you fight. Like, oh, there's so many villains you could turn into creatures. That would be great.
I also just realized that you're on the villains wiki, and I'm laughing because that's no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Murmur. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. My bad. My bad. Just staring at my soul real quick. Like turn to that Eileen Pottery over to read the chat. I saw that. But you know, there are a lot of cool things. And one cool thing, if you've never DM'd before and you're looking to start, a lot of people think you have to go crazy with minis, go crazy spending crazy amounts of money on all these different accessories. You can use whatever you want.
I mean, you can literally take a
current
piece of paper and draw some graphs on it and then use, like, honestly, leftover dice that you're not using for other things as, like, quote-unquote minis.
Yep. Currently, the campaign I'm in, all of our character minis are Lego people. And we got to build the Lego
love
person.
that!
He had a
when people
box
do that
of pre-made Lego people, and then he was like, hey, build your character. And I was like, this is dope. This is so dope.
I love that. I also love when people make all their terrain out of Legos. Like, good for
I
you
wanna
for
do
being
that.
so creative, okay?
I just need more Legos, man. I just have the Cinderella castle. That's all I got.
You do need more
Yeah,
Legos.
I get you. You do need more Legos, indeed.
I know.
I'm gonna see if I can find. Well, this is clearly actual terrain. What was I gonna look up? I already forgot. That's bad. I already forgot what I was. Oh, I know.
Oh yeah, you can definitely use your John Stewart Hero Click. Hero Clicks are actually perfect for minis because they're kind of just the right size.
Hero Clicks are great. They're technically bigger than 1 square for 1-inch grid, which is the default. But if you're playing on Hex or 1.5-inch grid, they're fine. And you can also be a little fatter than the grid. Sometimes people get out, okay?
Oh, Arvin, I can tell you right now that my addiction to dice and D&D supplements
it's bad. It's bad.
I'm more of a digital DM, and I have way too many digital books that I own. I also I'm looking at your suggested just now on your on your homepage, and I saw Kung Fu Dick. I can't unsee it because this guy had a snake. He had a snake. He was ready to karate chop, and now I'm so lost in life.
That was from this earlier today.
That is.
But I was gonna say, like, you can mix and match whatever you've got on hand. This is one of my actual videos.
Had a doozy of a battle.
You can mix and match whatever. You can make your own bases. Do whatever
they came
you want.
By
Not everything has to be the same.
Island to try and intercept a whole platoon of goblinoids.
You can utilize anything and everything you have.
Now, technically, that member of their crew is in my player's care,
any additional
but this is not
that
them.
especially
this
starting
is one of our players.
Yeah.
You literally just need dice.
The battle's been rough. One of the paladins went down right at the beginning, but he's back up, ready to fight.
You don't even
again.
need a grid.
All we're really worried about is our
theater
ranger
of mind
who's
the
currently
whole
knocked
thing
out, glued to the top of a tree. That's currently on fire. Oh, also, a goblin launched himself out of
Just don't play a whole campaign with other players.
He's currently stunned and on fire. Will
That
the
sounds
party
like a lot.
survive
At least
the
have
battle?
like a notebook and a
I'll have to
pencil.
wait until next month when we reconvene.
Maybe another person
find out.
As well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
listened
yeah.
to this. I listened to like 7 more of those tracks. I love that people are they're obviously AI tracks, but people are giving them dates. And I'm like, that's funny.
I gotta go find this one in the chat then. I haven't been on I've been on and off the Discord. I gotta go take a look. But
yeah, if you guys are on YouTube, you can come join our Discord and then listen to any kind of weird music that one of us is sharing. I shared some Helldivers themed music earlier. I'm sure you're going to be into that one, Fist.
Sounds of Democracy.
Helldivers never die! But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think this was a pretty... we got through stuff, and then we had fun for like an hour. Actually, for almost 2 hours.
Yay!
We did good!
I like having fun
It's
with my
gonna-
friends.
Yeah! 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 I love having friends!
This is also true.
But yeah, we will be back next Monday for another episode of DM Roundtable.
Woo woo woo.
We're usually here on Mondays.
Next time we'll probably have at least one more DM, maybe two. Who knows?
See what timing can do.
We'll figure out within 24 hours what the next topic is. So if you're subscribed on YouTube, it will send you a notification when I make the stream, like the overlay and images for it. It'll make them. So then you'll get a notification. And then you can click notify me so you know when it's going to come out. Because it'll be for the future. And that's a neat little feature of YouTube. But yeah, we'll figure that out within 24 hours. We'll know what's next week's topic. And like we said before a bunch of times, I don't actually... Does anyone know what spam is made out of? That's a very good point.
Spam?
Google that right now.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Because I had ordered groceries through DoorDash and they accidentally sent me a can of Spam, and I never eat this shit. So I will tell you what the Spam can has in it.
Pork shoulder and ham, salt, water, potato starch, sugar, and sodium nitrate, which is a food preservative.
It's also got some phosphates, some dextrose,
And cement.
and a little bit of... I don't know
Windex.
Right.
So this is terrible, but I've definitely eaten Windex before because my mom loves to use the same sponges to wash dishes that she uses to clean the house. Lady trying to...
I just want to note that Spam has microwave directions.
Does it?
And it says that it's fully cooked, ready to eat, cold or hot.
Huh.
No.
Huh.
Absolutely not.
You have... I'm concerned.
Bacon Spam. Can you just spam me with bacon? I'd rather that. I'll take it. I'll take the high cholesterol again.
You might be the
Throw all the
porcelain
bacon in.
punisher at this point. Jeez.
I ate oil like car.
Why?
Arvin, are
you okay?
Are you on
Would you
Gen
like
V?
to have your stomach pumped?
Old mate. Old. Huh?
The barbarian in our game, the first time I ever met him, technically, in real life, not obviously his barbarian character, was in college, and a bunch of the guys had gone and played paintball, and they brought their paintballs home. And he's very normal, like as a person, like extremely normal, to the point where you're like, I don't know if there's anything out of the ordinary about this guy, but sometimes he does or says something, and you're like, oh, And everyone brought home paintballs because they got like a bajillion of them, and obviously they didn't shoot them all. And he was in a triple at the time, so there was 2 other guys in there, and he sees a bag of paintballs from this trip that he just went on, and he goes, "Oh, are those gumballs?" And his 2 roommates look at each other and go, "Yeah, those are gumballs. Yeah." And he reaches into the bag and bites into a paintball. And I met him because his roommates were laughing and yelling, and he was chasing them down the hall to assumedly murder them, while blue paint was pouring out of his mouth.
Ooh.
And that is the Laundry King, and the story of how I first met him, but really saw him and heard him running down the hall.
Laundry King. What a name.
Sure.
He loved hanging out in the laundry room. It was his kingdom, for reals. That's where he would do all of his studying when we were in college. He just loves being around laundry.
You know, I've never thought about that. But also, he definitely, the first time I met him, I was like, oh, he's like the most regular person I've ever met.
Uh-huh.
Just, I think, no.
Oh, not me.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, no. No, Okami was quite the opposite. I was like, my peoples. I was like, my peoples, you are strange.
No,
I
really,
like this.
for a second I was like, wait, what?
No. If I feel like if I ever said to you that Okami was normal, I think you should buy a plane ticket and slap the shit out of all of us.
Okay, cool.
Just to make sure we're not losing. Make sure that it's still us, because I think we've then been swapped by pod people.
Pod people.
Like if you're ever in a call with us and we're just like, oh yeah, no, or if you say something outlandish, like, don't do that. It's not us. It's not us.
Understood.
We've been replaced. Someone else is in the room. Bum, bum, bum.
Use that Marshall Steel strike and take us all out.
We'll revert to our true forms when we die. Cast moonlight on us right away.
Oh.
Beep
That's
boop.
okay. I think, guys, on that note, I do need to get ready to head out, as I do need to be up extra early soon.
Woohoo!
I
Yeah.
have no idea when I'm supposed to leave tomorrow. I probably should have asked that.
Where are you going?
I gotta go house sit for a friend while they're in the hospital. And I was like, I should have asked when the surgery was. They're like,
wake you up.
They were like,
let us know. When the cat's waking me up.
They were like, let us know what toys you want. And I was like, I think we should be worrying about surgery. I don't care. I'm gonna feed the dog and play with the dog all day. Like, I'm getting my reward. Like, I think we should be worrying about the surgery.
Yeah.
You guys. Yeah.
Support this.
But yeah, I don't know when I'm supposed to leave. Probably should figure that out. Oh, definitely text me in the morning at least. But yeah, we hope you guys and gals enjoyed, because we had a blast. We will be back Monday for more of this, but I'll probably be putting out other videos on the channel before then. If you're watching on Twitch, I won't be doing any clerical streams tomorrow or probably Wednesday because I won't be home, but I should be Thursday night. We're going to try for the first time. So on this channel's been around on YouTube for like 16 years, and one of the things we used to do very regularly was every month 4 or more of us would get together and we would play a game together. And we haven't done an Okami Curry Plays in I think like 6 months now. Last one, you were there, Shin, was Marvel Infinity War, and I got to make like 50 videos out of that, so it was great. But normally we do that every month, and this month we're going to try to get a Okami Curry Plays going of Dungeon Defenders 1, and I'm going to attempt to stream it. I don't know how well that's going to go when I'm dual streaming and I'm playing online, but if the streams don't work, so I will do it on both Twitch and YouTube. If for some reason the stream just out on both of them, then it'll be a recording, and I'll edit it later and throw it up as a regular Okami Career Plays. But you can always come to the Discord every month on the 1st. We make a vote, and I try to make sure that we play one of the games that got voted on before, but that doesn't always happen. And then on the 15th, the vote's decided for what game gets added to the list of Okami Career Plays. So this month happens to be Dungeon Defenders, but next month it'll be a different game. But yeah, we're hoping that comes out on Thursday. The stream will definitely start. I don't know if the stream's going to finish, but we will definitely start on the stream. So you can join us for that. That'll be Thursday. I don't know what time Thursday night, though. That's the only problem. Got to gather some people up, and hopefully they've already downloaded the game. But we'll see. We did not talk about turtles today, though I do have at some point we will go over whalekin and sharkkin. They are in the races database of things to take a look at.
So
yeah.
if you want to hear us talk about it, potentially vote on race. I think we got a secret vote earlier from Jerry for it, so I think we can count that for sure. But come back next Monday to see what won. Vote in here. We'll add the, like Okami said, he'll add the votes. We'll be adding our own votes, and you'll get to listen to all of us talk about it in depth with vigor and zeal.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
As we also flex on things and have DM Mommy activate people's hidden drives by getting flexed at parties.
Yeah.
All I'm thinking of is, like, I don't remember if we hugged, but I bet you give amazing hugs.
I thought that earlier, and I was like,
God, you guys are so sweet. I don't know. I can't toot my own horn, I guess. So I'm going to say, yeah, I do.
Hell yeah. I fucking love hugs.
I love hugs. No, I definitely give lots of hugs. I do. I am a gentle giant. On that second episode of the podcast that you have not watched yet, Okami, we talk about how my type in women is just like, essentially the sassy, gentle giant who will rip your throat out if you say one thing incorrect. And
interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that is me as a person. Like, I'm like, oh, hello, sweet child. I'm here to carry you around and give you sweet hugs and get things for you off the top shelf. And then, like, someone says one incorrect thing, and I'm like, have you ever thought about having your intestines ripped out through your asshole? Because I'm going to do that.
Are you me?
That is your finishing move.
Are you me? I've said some absolutely wild things. Usually if I'm mad at a video game, incredibly wild things come out of my mouth. But
folks, you will never witness me and Okami play Road Company together, because the things that come out of our mouths collectively are ridiculous. But I've heard him scream at people like complicated finishers that even Ed Boon and with Mortal Kombat would be like, that's a lot. I think one time I don't know what exactly he screamed, but it was something to the effect of how if our team can't pull their heads out their asses, you were going to reach down their throats and find their heads for them or something, and pull it out and pull it the rest of the way out of their ass. So
amazing.
Yeah. I appreciate this.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I knew.
No, my favorite always. I was going to say my favorite always, Will Comedy, is when you're like, Shin, I gotta put myself in the game chat real quick, and I'm like, let me switch over and listen to what you're about to say.
And then it always ends up being a child, a literal child.
That was hilarious. You lost it at one point. You didn't go into voice chat. You lost it. You and I were chatting, talking. And you're like, "What are they? Like a child?" And at the end of the match, they're like, "Good game, everybody." You're like, "Fuck! It's a literal child."
Oh my god.
And we were both cursing this person out of a breeze. And we were just like, "This is the worst teammate ever. Like, what the hell is wrong with like, come on, could you aim? What are you like screaming at the top of our lungs in our chat to each other because we really don't want to insult random people on the internet at that moment." And then literally, Kami said that it was just like you just hear like, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta tone this rage down. I had so much rage, and it's because this child lacks the motor skills that I do.
Damn.
Gribjack loves it when it's a child in the chat. He's like, "Oh, I love it because you get so angry. Then you switch to game chat. You realize it's a child. You teach him how to play, and we win." And every time I'm like, this makes me angry on so many levels because I just taught this child with no fine motor skills how to win. But you won't listen to anything that I say.
Bro.
Like I said, it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. If you want to know some of the other wild things we say, folks, you can just watch Okami's Marvel 7 hours of playtime that we did that one day.
Oh, that was good times. Good times.
That was good times.
Also, I'm going to get the links for your podcast, Mommy, and I'm going to put them in cards in the video, and I'm going to put them
You
in
are?
the description. Yeah. We're out here. I'm not one of those. Oh my God, that was a huge burp. I'm not one of those people who gets mad when other people talk about whatever they're doing on my streams and stuff. Like that doesn't bother me. Unless you're like, I murder children in my stream. Come watch it here. Like I don't
Oh my
care.
god, how'd you know?
Damn. You have
No,
seen
I
the
don't
second
murder
episode.
them. Yeah. I just straight up murder kids in my basement.
Dude, your basement is so cool. I'm so jealous.
I'm not gonna lie.
Live
That's
in a basement.
still the dopest basement.
I live in a
crazy.
cavern.
And
No.
me personally, I would rather not live in a tavern or cave. Give me a nice little mound, like a hobbit. Give me a nice little
Ooh.
hobbit.
You want to live in the
Built into a
Shire?
mound.
Okay.
I want to live in the Shire, but built for regular people.
Okay.
Because I don't want to be like Gandalf trying to bend down to like walk through your doorways, sit down and have a child-sized chair for my grown ass. No, I can't do that.
Have
I'm too big, I'll
concussions
break
all
that
the
chair.
time.
Oh. I am 6'1". I am knocking myself out.
Mommy, can
Shire.
Arvin be
So
in
that
your
is-
basement?
Yeah.
She has the coolest freaking looking studio,
Arvin,
man.
like-
You
So
say
jealous.
it's the coolest studio. It looks like some college kids came here, lived for 8 semesters without cleaning it, and then like left.
Yeah, well, they didn't spill like 40 gallons of beer on the floor, so it's great.
Also, they didn't get drunk and punch holes in the wall.
No,
I lived
half the walls are.
I lived with 6 people in college.
Yeah. I lived with 3 dudes in college, and luckily none of them were hole punchers. So we were good there. But half of the walls down here are concrete, not drywall. So it is kind of like the Hellfire Club, except so what I'm staring at right now are a bunch of tapestries from my one roommate who was like super into like rap and R&B. So I got like some Frank Ocean and Astro World and Post Malone, Tyler. I got a Brockhampton down here, but then we also got like a llama with a scarf. We got Dwight Schrute, and we got a tapestry that says Gibby requires coochie. We got 2
Gibby?
full, Gibby from iCarly. Gibby requires.
I was gonna say, is it that Gibby? Oh
Yeah, no,
God,
it is. He says Gibby requires coochie, and then we do have 2 life-size cardboard cutouts of Angelina Jolie and Jack Sparrow. And then a bed that was put there because we don't have anywhere else to put it. It was in our guest room at the old house, but we don't have one of those here, so it just sits in this little basement. And then we have like junk shelves and a cat litter box, and that is what's in this room besides my computer.
It's still cool as hell.
Yeah. The only thing in here right now of me besides all my stuff is my cat. Well, one of them. What are you doing? Amma, stop it. Thank you. It's one of my cats. That's all. And they only come in here to see what I'm doing and find food.
As they should.
It's true.
What is our purpose but to feed the animals?
Hungry baby girl. But on that note, folks.
Yeah.
I was about to say, it is quite late for it's late for me, but even later for y'all.
Yep, this is definitely the longest one. We'll see if we can beat this time in the future. But we hope you guys and gals enjoyed. Please do stick around, hang out, and we will see you guys and gals later. Okay, bye. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
I forgot how to end streams. All right, I'm killing Twitch first. Here we go.